Welcome, everybody, to Solid Dudes. Watch how many times this hoe butters this turkey.
Real butter.
Can we please get a shirt that says the Chaddukes Show? You're not achieving nothing, bitch.
We used to call one of the kids in the neighborhood Butterball.
Yeah, was it you in the mirror?
Well, Carmen's a bitch, isn't it?
It is a bitch. Because he's fucking real thin now. I'm fat as a turd. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's a third?
Ripping the poops every day and every night. Ripping the poops.
Does it make you feel terrible that we're going to be on here for hours and nothing we say is going to be as funny as that? Let's watch it. Let's watch it one more time.
Got this beat from DJ Grimy, and you know it's fuego, dog.
Oh, you thought it was going to be a big fun show? You thought there was going to be a big group of people here? We all know this is how I'm going to end up, friendos. We all know it's just going to be Pacifico Pal in the very near future. Welcome, everybody. It's technically YouSchoode, but I felt weird about not playing the Friday night intro. I'm your host of the most of the Shooed, sir. And we're starting early tonight, huh? That's kind of QL. We might be here for a minute. I am not involved in anyone's plans tonight. And when that happens, I turn to the only people that I can. And that's all of you. So thank you for being here. If you don't mind, do what I always ask you to do, what Loud Goat always asks you to do, what Nino Grease Manelli always asks you to do. You know the drill.
Hit like your craven milk sops.
They say it helps. It doesn't seem to help me, but they say it helps. So hit like if you're on Facebook. Consider coming over to YouTube. Consider subscribing. Get yourself a membership. There's very generous people in here that'll probably give you a fucking membership, like Largemouth Ass. Holy Jesus, is that a way to start off the show tonight?
Mother of God. Largemouth Ass has done it again.
Is on the scene, taking out the pores as only Largemouth Ass can do. Yeah, let's get it. All right, now I gotta update the fun boys already. I didn't think L Mouth Ass was gonna be on his other shit tonight that quickly. L Mouth Ass. All right, There you go. That's what we got tonight. We got the fun boys, Carlos Arias, who just picked up an Above and Beyond edition of Hot Man Shed right before I got on here. There's a link at the top of the chat, and I realize it's kind of shitty because like 20 people have already bought Above and Beyond editions of Hot Man Shed, the CD exclusive episode that we are releasing on August 2nd at Commonwealth Dry Goods. And, I threw some bonuses in there, but they certainly didn't get the chance to get what you guys are going to get the chance to do tonight. And that is anybody that finds their way over to CommonwealthDryGoods.com or finds their way over to @chaddukes on Venmo. Or, all the other ways you could support the show. I won't go into details. You are entered to win maybe one of the greatest prize nights in the history of this show. And when I tell you, we've given away some amazing prizes on this show. You guys know that. Last week alone, we gave away an ashtray. And I'm talking about a 1970s generic-ass ashtray. The stuff of the dreams are made of. First of all, before I get to the details, let me say that Largemouth Ass, of course, will be entered to win with his generosity. Thank you again, Largemouth Ass. That was outrageous. But let's take a look. Boom, bam! Not only do I have Lynchburg Hillcats pickleball paddles. That's two. Two from the Hillcats of Lynchburg. Dylan Narang's minor league baseball team. We also have a Independence Day Lynchburg Hillcats USA stretch fit. This will even fit you big tubby bastards out there like such as myself. We got their 4th of July New Era hats, but also the hammer of all hammers. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I'd hammer in the evening, all over this land. For Byram's Hardware in Edenton, North Carolina, not only now, I feel like it is a totem of the Chad Duke Show. It is signed by not only myself, but Sweet Daddy James. It is signed by the Shirtless Puerto Rican. It is signed by Wesley the Barber. It's signed by Orgy Beard, who I don't think has ever watched an episode of Solid Dudes. I think Orgy would rather die than come over to this YouTube channel and help me out. But we're giving this hammer away tonight. It's been one of my life's great embarrassments for me that only one person has shown interest in this hammer. You guys know the bit that I do. If I go to small town America, I find the hardware store and I buy a goddamn hammer. And I suggest you do the same. Prove that you're a God-fearing, red-blooded American. This is the hammer I bought in Edenton, and it's signed by everybody that was on Thursday's episode of the Chad Duke Show. That was a doozy, by the way. So we'll be giving that bad boy away as well. I'll be contacting the winners at the conclusion of this festivity, and you'll be able to pick whatever you like. You'll be chosen at random. But the name of the game, friendos, let's see if I can go find it right now. I bet I can. I bet it's right here at my fingertips because the World Wide Web is right here at my fingertips. Why is the Wi-Fi on? Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. All right, here we go. I'm going to show you how this works, and you're going to see how I price gouge. Not everybody gets a chance to see how I do this live and in person. I'm going to take you through my pathology. Going to take you through the way that I look at this world, and I look at it as an opportunity. So here we have CommonwealthDryGoods.com, and we go over. I don't know why Chad Duke Show isn't at the top. That's fucking distressing. My wife's going to have to go into some sort of protective custody. You go over here to the Chad Dukes tab. I think we have 1 3-pack of Stu Boris pictures left, but you scroll down. Oh, wait. You scroll up to this picture of Jim Jester. And as you can see, Hot Men Shed sign copy CD exclusive episode Above and Beyond edition. Sure, we could charge $1,000 for this, but we don't want to juice you. We don't want to bleed that stone. But for a mere $100, You get early access to the CD. You get a signed copy. And not just that, you get this beautiful set of chaddukesshow stickers. My God, the graffiti that you can avoid by just stickering the shit out of your local public school, daycare center, or old age home. You don't think they'd like a Fishette Summer sticker? I think they would. And there's a couple of these left. So if you would like to grab one, yes, it's price gouging. Yes, I'm a small man. Not in stature, of course, but just in ethics and morality. But basically, it's a way to support the show by paying a whole shitload of money for the same thing you can get for $20 on August 2nd. You can still get one for $20 on August 2nd if you would like me to pound this up my pound hole LaFleur. But some people do it, and they dig it, and it helps us out of the shop. So thank you to everybody that has done that. And again, we're gonna give away all these fabulous prizes. As you can see, the beautiful butcher block table at the Fortress of Solitudes that Oscar Santana had delivered from some goddamn place that he pilfered them from. They're great. It is going to be tough to move out of that spot. Oh, I've got some news I can break here. I am staying at the Fortress of Solitudes for another 2 years. That doesn't sound like it's that big of a deal, but there were some heavy talks. There were some heavy talks about potentially making some big changes, and I got to say it's surprising to me.
Surprise, motherfucker.
That we ended up with this being our decision, but that is our decision. My wife and I came to the decision that we still enjoy running Commonwealth Dry Goods. We still enjoy having a studio in Old Town Fairfax, and so for another 2 years, we'll have the Christmas and Junes and the Hoot Nannies and the Secret Santas and the big fucking communal area for people to come up and watch the show. So that's exciting news. So I'm excited for that, even if you guys don't care. And why would you hit the like button? Paul M., member for 13 months. Joe Azer wouldn't know nothing about that dog. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday indeed. I haven't even gotten into what the show's about tonight. We got so much shit to get to. I thought maybe we'd go over my interview with Mike O'Mara. Josh Soroka was nice enough to put that up on the free iTunes feed. If you guys haven't listened to that yet, it's there. You just go and search Chaddukesshow Poor Edition, and it should pop right up. Went up today. Thought maybe we'd go over it. I got the video of that. I found some old videos back at the radio station when life was good. I found another crazy cave diving place that just kills people left and right. I'm obsessed. I am obsessed with people killing themselves cave diving. I don't know why. It's the most terrifying thing in the world to me. I could watch a million documentaries on Shark Week, watch Jaws. It doesn't fucking do anything to me about getting into the ocean, but one cave diving video immediately gives me the heebie-jeebies and the claustrophobia, and I've run out of any sympathies for my fellow man. Yeah, so get to that. I don't know if you guys follow these hoof trimming individuals. They're very popular. They make lots of money. There's one, I believe his name is the Hoof GP, and he's massive. And I enjoy his content, but he has begun to think that he is in new, what is third edition, new edition? What is the name of the first? What's the name where all the Harry Styles, all the strangely cockatooed hair, young boys, androgynous, smooth, no genitals, creepy. Yeah, whatever. He thinks he's in one of those bands. And so I found a different hoof guy that I wanted to bring to you all, just in case you haven't seen it. And then I need to give you an update on my guy Bruce from Dundalk, who we've covered on this channel, but not as regularly as I would like to. Let's see here. Oh, I think my buddy Hank R. is in the building. Speaking of ashtrays, ashtray received. Thanks, Chad. I will break it in with a La Gloria Cubano this weekend. Oh, Cubano, you temptress. You give us your bestest. Your mustard in heaven resides. Pulled pork from Havana. I use my bandana to wipe my tear from my eyes. One of my favorite ponytails and cocktail songs. By the way, speaking of ponytails and cocktails, Hank R., in 1 hour's time, if you're watching this live, you will be able to listen to a brand new song from Ponytails and Cocktails. Dropping right on Spotify, iTunes. It's called The Ponytails Come. Take that for what you mean it for. It's great. Now, I'm singing, so it ain't that great. But I think for one of our songs, it's fantastic. It is a takeoff of a very famous sea shanty. As you guys know, we are parodiers, so we are protected under the laws of parody, like Weird Al Yankovic. Well, I got to give... anyway, go to iTunes or Spotify, type in Ponytails and Cocktails. There's actually a link on our Instagram if you want to pre-save, and it'll just be ported into your queue. So go check that out. Thank you, Hank R. Maybe we'll listen to it tonight. We're going to be here for a minute. I haven't even started drinking yet. I want this to be somewhat of a marathon session, so I'm not going to start drinking until we've got a foothold, until our staying power. Popped a few gas station dick pills, the horny goat weed, chopping up rails, snorting that. DC Sportsmark, $4.99 coming off of fucking, what a week DC Sportsmark has had. Bigger heel turn, HBK turning on Marty Jannetty or Wes the Barber. Of course, you're referring to the Thursday episode of the chaddukesshow. Wesley really was feeling no pain on Thursday's episode. He came in, though, with strong opinions, came in with content, and I like that. Despite how wrong he is and stupid he sounded, he came in hot. A lot of times people that sit in on the show, they just kind of deer in the headlights it. Not Wesley the Barber. All right, so I got to talk about this beverage. Thank you so much, DC Sports Market, for the $4.99 Super Chat. We do accept Super Chats here on this YouTube channel, unlike other YouTube channels. I'm at the grocery store today, all fucked up. And I know you can scarcely believe it. I was leaving. I had gotten all my groceries, and I had put everything together. And I was on the way out. I did the self-checkout bit, even though I had beer, which is not recommended at any Harris Teeter in this fine land of ours. They could fuck up a wet dream. And I decided to cruise around this end cap where sometimes they have new and provocative items. And on the bottom shelf of the end cap at the Harris Teeter, I saw a time portal. I hadn't thought about this beverage and this artwork in 30 years. I haven't thought about Diet Cherry Coke in 30 fucking years. Diet Cherry Coke was a bit of a revelation when it dropped. I remember Don Geronimo screaming about this beverage on the Don and Mike show. I saw this and I couldn't believe the nostalgia bomb that went off in my brain and asshole. I don't know what it is, that the shaded gradient, the cherry, the horizontal stripes. They had 20-ounce bottles. They didn't have them back then, but I don't even remember if I liked Diet Cherry Coke. But I have never felt so compelled to buy something just as a result of packaging than I did the first time Dasani bottled water made its presence known. If you guys recall, when Dasani bottled water first came out, those bottles looked different than any other bottled water. I think we came to find out that it's one of the worst bottled waters, like it's just tap water that's been filtered. But the packaging was very motivating. This blew up my fucking medulla oblongata. I think what I can equate it to is, I don't know if you all remember the way you felt when you first saw that Transformers trailer. The Michael Bay Transformer, and I know the Transformers now have become a joke. They're, a funny bit, a throwaway quip. But when that trailer first came out and you first heard Peter Cullen do an Optimus Prime's voice, it was like, oh my God, like somebody of my age. It was very motivating. Nostalgia bomb in the brain and asshole. That is as intense as seeing this Diet Cherry Coke was. And I've never bought anything faster. It says limited edition. I've had one. It's okay. I mean, clearly, diet soda technology has come a long way. I don't know if they use the same formula, but I had somebody ask me on X, does this compare to Diet Wild Cherry Pepsi? I haven't I haven't had a diet anything in so long because of the proliferation of Coke Zero and Pepsi Zero Sugar. They're superior beverages. They taste better. Dr. Pepper Zero tastes better than Diet Dr. Pepper. And when you're a big fat person, for whatever reason, you delude yourself into believing that diet soda is going to help you lose weight. Now, there's no calories or sugar in it. Anybody that tells you it's the same, they're lying. But it's just stupid when you're a big fat guy to go around and drink. You just drink regular soda if you're going to be a big diabetic fucking neuropathy-ridden hypertension factory. But yeah, it was crazy to feel manipulated that way. Like, I don't know if I think times were better when everyone wasn't so uptight about humor. I do think that. I think times were better when we focused on simpler things. But I don't know the times were better before. There is something to be said where they have every television show, like television shows are so much better now. There's so many more of them, higher quality, different networks. The reason why the airports are so terrible are the reasons why TV is so good. TV has an infinite number of competitors. That makes you my competitor. And the airlines don't. They're all run by the customer service is all terrible. TSA is a government institution. There's nobody to push them. It's why Madden has blown a dick and balls for most of my adult life. There's no more 2K. There's no more NFL Fever. Remember NFL Fever? Any of my big black Xbox people know NFL Fever? And diet soda technology is 1,000 times better now than it was in the 90s. But we spent infinite amount of time convincing ourselves that it was better then, and I think that it deserves some thought. Patrick McAteer, $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Fat Text 243. I can't get that Sean Kelly song out of my head from Tuesday. I've been singing it all week. Let's see if I can remember that Sean Kelly song. Does anybody remember the Sean Kelly song? Not sure that I do. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Oh, I think it goes, Sean Kelly wants to suck on your dick and lick your balls too. Sean Kelly will suck on your dick, black, white, or Jew. He wants to suck your dick. Line up, you blacks and Jews. Is that the song? I came up with that myself. Nobody helped me. There's some of you out there laughing at that. Thank you, Patrick. What in the shit is this, Bobby Double L? What are you doing, my friend? This is...
Well, that's great. That's just fucking great, man.
$100 super chat from Bobby Double L.
I just, raise hell.
Raise hail indeed, Bobby Double L. I'm adding you to the fun boys. We're going to give you an opportunity at greatness. Thank you so much. That shirt is sexy as hell. This is Thomas Bahama. I mean, I don't want to brag about how I'm doing, but your pal's doing all right. You go look up how much a Thomas Bahama Hawaiian shirt is. I'll tell you how much. Too much. I've been looking into buying Guy Harvey original artwork. Whoo! I'm going to need some more Bobby Double L level super chats if I'm going to get there. Jesus Christ. Let me see if I can pull that up. You guys aren't going to believe. Guy Harvey, I assume most of you are aware of his existence. He's a gentleman that works painting fish. I've begun to have a keen interest in that as I am now a professional artist. More on that later. But they have some of his original artwork up on his website, and I found a couple of pieces that I fancy. And Jesus Christ, this gentleman is living large. He's living la vida loca. So if you are an artist, I guess you can decide to charge whatever you want. 6-inch by 13-inch big-eyed tuna. This looks to be pen and watercolor. But this is a Guy Harvey original. And this is the one I want. I know we got some high rollers out there. Fucking Dylan Narang is bidding currently on the original Alf. Do you guys understand what I'm saying to you? Dylan Narang is in an auction where they have the original puppet of Alf that he's bidding on. The man has too much money. And I said, do you have enough money to buy me this Faux Big Eye tuna? I want to hang it. There's a piece of art on this fucking website that I believe is $500,000. I can't imagine why. And I'm a fan. There's one for $39,000. I got to find the $555,000 just so you guys don't think that. Okay, here's one. Holy shit. $225,000 for commotion. Now, I believe that's 6 feet by 15 feet. Yikes. Does anybody own an oyster bar? Because I found your west wall. Can you imagine if some drunk staggered into this thing after you dropped $225,000 on it? Holy shit. This is what I spend my time looking at. I got to find the $500,000 one, though. I'm almost positive there is one. I mean, some of these are absolutely, they're very nice, but that's $39,000. Oh, God. $15,000 for the skipjack. There's $12,000 for the bull market. This one's $69,000. Maybe I was mistaken. I'm pretty positive it was there. But anyway, I felt damn near thrifty because I was looking at a piece that was just $2,900. I don't think it's a lot to ask. Also, if anybody's sitting on, $4,000, I'd take this Wahoo portrait as well. It's a nice looking fish. My moniker is. I like how Bobby gave me $100 fucking, and I'm sitting here already asking. I apologize. I have no tact whatsoever. Thank you, Bobby. You are now a part of the Fun Boys. One Direction is definitely the band I was thinking of. Oh, look at this. Blackout Bruce in the building, and he wants you to tap the keg. What's everybody drinking tonight? Is anybody actually drinking from a keg? I would be, may I? Butt-sized. Paul M., $20 super chat. 2 more years, CWDG. I tell you what, we don't have at Commonwealth Dry Goods, Paul.
We don't sell no goddamn trout.
Maybe we should. But yes, there will be at least 2 more years of Commonwealth Dry Goods. We have entered our 8th year. Well, of course, barring any stroke or heart attack, I think my wife would keep the store open if may I? Donked off. But I don't know for sure. So I don't want to speak for her. But thank you. Paul is one of our best customers. He enjoys pickles and peanuts, as do I. 2 things I'm very passionate about. Thank you, Paul. $20 makes you what we like to call an orange boy. Oh, there's Blackout Bruce. Just popped an ice cold Miller Lite. Training can tell you, Bruce, keep that under wraps. I haven't announced that yet. Bruce. What do you think Bruce could be training for? I don't know. We'll see how Hot Men Shed goes. As of right now, not going too well. Good to see you, Brucey. I'm going to be seeing Bruce in the near future, I think. Maybe in a competitive forum. Hank R., $2. Thank you, bud. These animals will be at Commonwealth Dry Goods on August 2nd. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now, why would you come to Commonwealth Dry Goods on August 2nd? That's the real question. That's the real tickler. And it's going to cost you something extra. $10,000, all in advance. $10,000. We could almost buy our own ship for that. But who's going to fly it, kid? You bet I could. I'm not such a bad pilot. We don't have to sit here and listen. We can pay you $2,000 now, plus 15 when we reach Alderaan. 17, huh? You guys got yourselves a ship. Docking bay 94 when you're ready. 94. All right, we could do this all night. We legitimately could do this all night, but we won't. What, of course, Hank R. is referring to, we haven't gotten any content yet. It's been nothing but fucking plugs. I really am a scumbag streamer. I think I'm a decent podcaster, but as a streamer, it leaves a lot to be desired. And in that vein,
I need you to smash that like button, you craven milk sops!
we need to get 100 likes. Or what the fuck is the point anyway? You know what I mean? I mean, if we don't get 100 likes, why would we do any of this? August 2nd, baby. Come on, what are we even doing? Fish Hat Summer rolls on. Look at these celebrity endorsements. Money Monk. Tony Slices allegedly evading the Coast Guard. And there it is, baby. August 2nd, Solid Dude Summer, Commonwealth Hall. Got the official Fish Hat Summer Rope Hat. You knew we had to do it. The Hot Men Shed CD release. There were only $20 that day. Just wait. The Holiday Hootenanny tickets go on sale. If you buy your Holiday Hootenanny tickets that day at Commonwealth Dry Goods, you win a free tray, the whole tray from Joe Azer. That maniac's going to be in the fucking parking lot handing out trays. Figure that out. Figure out what's going on in that motherfucker's life. I can't. And, of course, the scene stealer, the showstopper, Moray Neal energy drink, Genergy Jink, energy that requires a plan. It's all going down. You heard it here first. Hank R is going to be there with his pup. There's Onhill with his stupid fucking pineapple and my big fat face. There's me and Bo. But that's the hat. That's the hat that's going to bring all the boys to the yard. You don't want one of those, I ain't got nothing for you. It's going to be a big day. So thank you, Hank. I will see you there. Say hello to the pups. DC Sports Mark $4.99. Please forgive me for telling Orgy Beard to bring crumble cookies without asking you first. It's not asking me first, DC Sports Mark. It's the fact that you've been listening to me broadcasting for damn near 20 years and you don't know anything about the show and yet still inserted yourself. Like, how many fucking spurgouts have I had on the Chaddukes show about people bringing too much food up to the studio? You just demanding. First of all, you're never at the studio. If you were up there and you had skin in the game, you're like, don't worry, I would take all the leftovers with me. That would be one thing. What this kid did was Orgy Beard sent me over some sort of a crumble cookie fucking ad, which I don't particularly care for. I'm a savory guy. I'm not a sweets guy. You guys know me. You know how I earn a living. I get fat off burgers and pizza and wings. That's how I get fat. I don't get fat off of pastries and bundt cakes like the rest of these effeminate weirdos that I'm around. It's odd to me. It's odd to me to have grown men moaning about a fucking orange creamsicle Twinkie that they're eating up in my studio. Strange week. Strange. Orgy Beard sent over an advertisement for some crazy crumble cookie. I knew Ant-Man wasn't going to be up at the studio this week. That's the only guy that would be fired up for that. And here comes DC Sports Mark swinging in on a fucking chandelier telling Orgy Beard, oh, just bring him to the studio. Why are you even asking? Fuck it. Get 20. You know how many of those shitty things I would have thrown out? $4.99 will cover it, though. You're forgiven. $4.99 covers it. Look at this. TJ Evans, I think I just actually sent out your above and beyond copy of Hot Man Shed, my friend. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Look at this. I'm going to keep track of gifted memberships tonight, and I bet it goes smoothly. 25 gifted memberships so far. Thank you so much to everybody that gifts a membership. Don't be like Joe Azer and never pay for you should consider re-upping the membership.
You dumb bastard.
Can you imagine having multiple memberships to one show? That would be just ridiculous. That would be so silly. Thank you, TJ Evans. You're a mensch's mensch. Everybody says it. I hear it in the streets all the time. Holy shit! Kurt Ziesler. You gave me $50, and all I have to give you, sir, is a virtual Pacifico. My dude, I'm going to add you crazy mother lover, to the fun boys. I want to make sure I don't misspell your name correctly. People get very, very upset. I have people screaming and yelling and diving headfirst, Ricky Hendersoning into my DMs whenever I spell someone's name wrong. Oh, boy. Thank you, Kurt. Hopefully you win the hammer. If I had a hammer, I'd sign it and send it to Kurt Ziesler. $50. That is incredibly generous. That is what we call a pink boy. See them pink boys right there? He's swinging them at us. TJ Evans, again, please hammer, don't hurt him. Fat plus VA tax. You don't have to pay a tax for being in Virginia. You really don't have to pay a tax for being in Virginia. I do. If you knew how many fucking taxes you have to pay the state of Virginia to try to make a living in the state of Virginia. It's fucking ridiculous. Sounds like I glued my balls to my butthole again. Bruce, what are you talking about? Somebody help my guy Blackout. He's losing his mind. Jesus Christ. Speaking of losing their minds. Jesus. Lori Wagner with 20 chaddukesshow gifted memberships. It is chaos in here.
That's the worst I've ever seen her.
You fucking piece of shit!
Absolute chaos in this place. Lori taking out the pores. If you get a gifted membership from Lori Wagner or from Largemouth Ass or from TJ Evans, please thank them. They are taking you out. Woo! Woo! Thank you, Lori. You are now part of the Fun Boys. Please do not take offense to being a fun boy. Boy, we're almost caught up here. Largemouth Ass again, an orange boy, $20. Thank you so much. Enjoying some fried chicken with the best condiment, tacos in Valhalla hot sauce. Well, now we can get back to being on the same page, my friend. Thank you so much. You know what, Largemouth Ass? You do deserve a break after all this generosity.
We're working our asses.
You guys, get off your asses and back to work.
Come on, man. We're taking a break.
Fuck your break. There's 15 cars here that need to be serviced. Now get back to it.
Listen here, fucker. The only thing that needs servicing around here is our cocks. So get on your knees and beg like a bitch.
What?
What? I've been trying to work on an impression of that guy. What? I love that guy. Thank you, Largemouth Ass. Send a picture over of that fried chicken dinner. Very exciting. Okay. All right, before we actually start the show again, tonight is the night. Please to be hitting the link at Ponytails Cocktails in the Instagram. There is a link in the bio. You can pre-save the song. The Ponytails Come drops this evening. If you're listening to this at a different time or watching it at a different time, it's already up. Go on over to Spotify and check it out. Unfortunately, you have to listen to me sing, but the good thing about that is I have the voice of a motherfucking angel. If an angel was gargling fucking razor blades. All right, let's take a look here. All right, so have they done is the leaderboard thing working over there, friendos? The XP points? Oh, shit, it is. Look at this. This is a new feature that they've just rolled out recently. Are you guys following along that there's a leaderboard? I had no idea. I'd seen this on other YouTube channels that had not come home here to roost for the Shootster yet. Can I share my own channel, or is that just fucking, is that completely egomaniacal? Let's take a look. Yep, there it is. Oh, Christ. Fish Hat Summer's in the way. Out of the way, Fish Hat Summer. For God's sakes. Can you imagine putting your little StreamYard logo up there? How embarrassing that would be. Terrible. I can't get rid of it? That's so sad. Move to top, rename, delete. All right. Well, I guess you're not going to be able to. You just have to take my word for it. Bobby Double L is the #1 fan, clearly. Kurt Ziesler, 2. Paul M. Look at this top 5. I think you get points. You don't even have to send super chats to get points. I think that's the way it works. Very cute. Yeah, enjoy that. Keep me up to date on who's at the top of the list, please. I'd like to know who the #1 fan is. Nichols is in the building, and he's got the calzone with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nichols. Happy Friday to you, my friend. All right. Where should we start? We should probably start here. I think many of you are familiar with this, but I don't know if all of you are. I don't even know where to start, so let's start at the beginning.
Hi, this is Ryan from Traffic here at WJFK, and I'm about to interview the Main Event Mafia. They've got a good, Hello, this is Ryan from Traffic at 10800 Main Street at WJFK. Hello, this is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and I'm here to interview the... Hello, I'm Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and I've got a big announcement. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it the Main Event...
Did you notice that the microphone wasn't plugged in, and then we got the microphone plugged in halfway through it, so even if the motherfucker got it right, that it wouldn't have worked anyway? Let's count the takes.
Mafia has a big announcement to make today, and... This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it the Main Event Mafia has a big announcement to make today. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and this is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that the Main Event Mafia has a big This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that today the Main Event Mafia has a big rumor to announce. This is Ryan.
A big rumor to announce. So, just a quick little piece of backstory so that you're not completely lost. This is Ryan from Traffic. Now you say, what do you mean Traffic, Dukes? He repairs signals, stop signs and such. He's out there filling potholes. No, in a radio station, Traffic is the commercials, the log. You're basically in charge of making sure the commercials get paid for, put onto the air, recorded, all of that shit. So Traffic is about trafficking all of that back and forth. So he worked in the back with Bo. This is 10800 Main Street, where WJFK was for many, many years before it moved to Lanham, Maryland, and then ultimately where it is now, where it's completely lost its soul and any value. And that is downtown D.C. We're out front, and this video was supposed to be, we were changing the name of our wrestling stable. We were a wrestling stable that operated inside the radio station. We had delusions of grandeur. We said this was such a great idea that we were going to get picked up by somebody. We were going to be on Adult Swim. We were going to get picked up by Funny or Die. The only problem is the videos aren't funny, but it didn't stop us from trying. So what this video is we were going to change the name of our wrestling stable that operated inside of the radio station from the Main Event Mafia, which was trademarked by TNA Wrestling at the time, to the Main Street Mafia, because we were on 10800 Main Street. Makes sense, right? Only problem is there's really a Main Street Mafia. If you go to YouTube to this day trying to look for Main Street Mafia videos, the first 400 things that come up will be scary gangster men. Because there was a Main Street Mafia. Probably still is. We didn't think that through. But our idea was, this was Ryan from Traffic, who played the role of Ryan the Racist. Ryan the Racist Man Savage, I believe was his kayfabe name, on the Main Street Mafia program. And he was going to say that we have a major announcement, and I believe we were supposed to, Drab and I were off camera, and we were supposed to grab Ryan and throw him back into those plants that are behind him there. What we did not account for is that it was a straight shoot that Ryan was the fucking hayseed from North Carolina that lived in a town of about 100 people. So when he got to the big city of Fairfax, he didn't know. He looked up, and I swear to God, I was there. He looked up in the sky, saw an airplane, and said, "Why isn't that airplane moving?" He had no idea how things worked. And I love Ryan. He's a great kid. Real nice guy. May or may not have dated Drab's wife. We don't talk about that. He gets very upset. But this is how many takes it took this motherfucker. His line is, this is Ryan from Traffic from WJFK, and the Main Event Mafia have got a major announcement. I think that's all he had to fucking say. And this is how many times it took him to fucking do this. And I don't even think this is all of it. I think this is Shaky Knee just clipped some of these together, and it became one of the most iconic moments in the history of then the Big O and Duke show, because in the middle of this video, you're going to hear Ryan say something that for 25 to 30 people that live in the Northern Virginia area and remember fondly 2008 to 2009, 2010 maybe. Oh, hey, Kurt Ray. Oh, hey, Kurt Ray. This was the origin of Oh, hey, Kurt Ray. Now, if you don't know what that is, in a moment, he's going to scream out, Oh, hey, Kurt Ray. What he's supposed to say, he's not even supposed to say it. He's ad-libbing at this point. Bo's name was Kurt Schembeckler. Kurt Schembeckler. And that was because Bo's real name is Bo Schembeckler and Kurt Angle. My name was Nash Dukes because my real name is Dukes and Kevin Nash. Drabby was Booker T-shirt. So instead of saying, oh, Kurt Schembeckler, this hayseed yells out, oh, hey, Kurt Ray. And I just can't wait for you to fucking hear it.
FK, and this is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that the Main Event Mafia has a big room. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that today the Main Event Mafia has a big rumor to announce. This is Ryan.
The Main Event Mafia has a big rumor to announce. If only we did. If only we could get ourselves on the dirt sheets by announcing our own rumors. That would have been fabulous.
Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and I mean, God damn it. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK. I don't know what to say. This is Ryan.
I don't know what to say. He has a script. There's 2 sentences. You imagine if this guy was actually trying to do a newscast? Weren't there Oh Hey Kurt Ray t-shirts? 100%, Lori Wagner. There were Oh Hey Kurt Ray t-shirts. I don't know if anyone bought them, but they definitely exist. I love this little spurg out. It's one of my favorite things. I don't know what to say.
WJFK. I don't know what to say. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that this is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that the Main Event Mafia has a. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that the Main Event Mafia has a big announcement to make. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK, and rumor has it that the Main Event Mafia has a big announcement to make today. Oh, hey, Kurt Ray.
I don't know if that holds up for everybody else, but that's just so fucking amazing to hear that in live. I mean, there were years with Oh Hey Kurt Ray. I think at one point that's how listeners would introduce themselves to one another, is it would be Oh Hey Kurt Ray. And it was because of this guy trying to say, Oh Hey Kurt Schembeckler. And instead
has a big announcement to make today. Oh, hey, Kurt Ray. 3, 2, 1. This is Ryan from Traffic at WJFK.
And there you go. Good old Ryan from Traffic at WJFK. Oh, one of my favorite videos on the internet. Oh, my God. Blackout, $20 super chat. He is an orange boy. Bruce, please have a transgender flag margarita. I don't know what that rim is, but please enjoy one on me, my friend. Thank you so much. That is fantastic. Leaderboard, say no more. Now it's competitive. Well, don't feel the need. If I honestly did not introduce that to people so that you would then feel compelled. Oh, now I'm watching myself to see what the leaderboard is. Let me click on it. All right, so Bobby Double L is still at the top, but Bruce has moved up to number 4. So if you send a $20 super chat, it actually moves you up pretty quick, Brucey. This is some Inception shit. Do I look that fat? Oh, my God. Do I really look like that? Pale, fucking disgusting. Wow, how far is this going to go, do you think? What if I unmuted it? Let's see how this works. Wow, how far is this going to go, do you think? What if I unmuted it? Let's see how this works. Okay. Wow, how far is this going to go, do you think? What if I unmuted it? Let's see how this works. Okay. Wow, how far is this going to go, do you think? What if I unmuted it? Let's see how this works. Okay. Wow, how far is this going to go, do you think? What if I unmuted it? Let's see how this... That was about to melt my fucking brain. Oh, boy. Bruce, you have a bear skin on me, my friend.
I have my bear skin.
So much for the $20 super chat. You are making waves over there on that leaderboard. I'm excited. I think YouTube doesn't give that fucking thing to just anybody. I think the Shootster's making waves over here. DC Sports Mark 499. Thank you, bud. Was this before or after Ryan volunteered his belongings to a minority just walking past him on the street? That is a true story. I choose to think of that not as racism, just as ignorance. DC Sports Mark, because I think Ryan grew up in a town where there was just 200 people, and of course they were all white country folk. So yes, there's a very famous story where he was walking down the street, and I believe there was some gentlemen of color that came running up on him. I believe they were just jogging. But instead of figuring out what the situation was, Ryan just held his backpack out, assuming they were going to rob him and hoping they would just take the backpack instead of doing him any physical harm. Is that the story? It's been a while since I've heard that story. You get in trouble for telling a story like that today. Thank you, DC Sports Mark. Paul M is going for that top 10. Hey, this thing's working in my favor. I didn't even know that we fucking had it. Paul, thank you, but are you drinking or not? I forget. Sometimes Paul drinks, sometimes Paul doesn't drink. Well, I'm sending you a Pacifico either way via this drum set.
It's a life not made for everyone, but it's made for one and all. So set us up with some yellow cans and a
barrel of cheese balls. Thank you, Paul. Orange Boys represent. Patrick McIntyre, $9.99. You're doing the right thing. Main Street Mafia, Mark here. I still have the shirt. Which one? What shirt do you have? Do you have the one that we were wearing during attack pattern beta?
Got him staggered, Mafia. Let's use attack formation beta.
I always forget that Drab opens his mouth. There's no reason for Drab to open his mouth in that clip. Bo's hog is secured behind his cargo shorts. I mean, Drab really is a method actor.
Got him staggered, Mafia. Let's use attack formation beta.
And there was a guy's hog really close, too, if you think about it. That's a nude predator right there. That's the nude predator. Oh, boy. Thank you, Patrick. Lance, $5, almost as good as Squeebus. I'm trying to remember what... Squeebus was Pastry Dan. Do you remember how Squeebus came about, Lance? I don't remember the circumstances. I know Op Bop Debop was a big Pastry Dan one, and Squeebus was a big Pastry Dan one. And then I believe he also said, Hibbity Hulak Gibbons. Those are the three I remember from Dan, but I don't remember how they came about. Thank you for the $5, buddy. You're a nice person. Not as nice as Emmy. She's an orange boy. Don't take offense to that, Emmy. Fabulous shirt. This is Thomas Bahama. Thomas Bahama. Do you guys understand? Thomas Bahama. His clothing is not inexpensive. That's why I demand $20 super chats from everybody. And if that is the case, much like Emmy, I will award you with a giant black cockerel.
Big black Australop cockerel. One of 500 birds that are being judged today at the show.
It just makes me so happy. That guy doesn't say anything dirty, and everything he says sounds like it's dirty in that clip. Thank you, Emmy. It's good to see you. And then Blackout Bruce's addiction is fully kicked in at this point. The white magic from the Black Forest compels you. Now, for those of you that don't speak Blackout, I'm going to find this ad because I think it's worth sharing with you. Bruce, his spirit of choice, this is Blackout Bruce, of course, His spirit of choice is Rumplemints, which is disgusting. I'm not going to pull any punches. I love Brucey, but the only thing that Rumplemints is good for is the fact that if you're a drunk, you can take shots, everybody, and your breath is minty fresh. So if the cops pull you over, it probably just smells like you've used some fresh mint Listerine. So here's a Rumplemints. I do have to say, their advertisement campaigns, mwah. Fucking hot chick, bikini bottoms, armored bra, 80s hair, riding a polar bear, swinging a fucking battle sword with the logo of the liquor on the shield. Now, this doesn't say what the white magic from the Black Forest, Brucey. Where's the ad that actually says that? All right, somebody find that and send it over to me, please. I mean, I will give Bruce credit. These are fantastic. Bruce, if you don't have one of these ads framed in your house, that is a fucking crime. I'm not a big Rumplemints guy. I have to be honest with you. I can be compelled to drink one every once in a while. And go, God forbid you don't shake it up. God forbid you don't put it in a shaker over some ice before you hand it to Bruce. He will send it back and embarrass everybody in your party. Brucey, thank you, bud. Thank you for that. Hopefully you get some time with the in-laws in the near future.
I'm just in the shower at my in-laws' house. No big deal.
I mean, it's not a big deal. I kind of think it's a big deal that you're taking a naked video of yourself in the shower with your in-laws' house. I think so. But Drabby sure doesn't. Jesus Christ, what is Kurt Ziesler? He's already down there, too. Kurt's already on the Fun Boys. He wants that hammer. And who can blame him at this point? Kurt, I tell you what, I'm almost as fired up when you send over a pink boy as Jim Jester is when he mispronounces Disturbed lyrics.
Grab that sack. Is she alright? Is she insane? Will she know? I'm
Man, I tell you what. Thank you, Kurt. That's multiple entries into the hammer off. And Kurt, what would you prefer if you win? Do you want the paddles? Do you want the hat? Or do you want the hammer? Because you'll get to pick. You get to pick if you win that contest. That is the deal that I make with ye. Thank you, Kurt. I don't know what I did to deserve such generosity. Lawson's in the building, and he's got the calzones. I always fond of Creasy's I Goodie Gisa. I Goodie Gisai. What was that, Lawson? I don't remember that one. And it's pastry. We don't dox here. Creasy is, of course, Denzel Washington's character's name in Man on Fire. If you're going to come in with old pastryisms, you got to give me context. I don't remember that one. What was it all about? L Mouth Ass, again with the orange boy. I don't know what's up this guy's butt, but I hope it's this head. Boy, that's a disturbing video. I mean, can you imagine if you went to pick up your kids and this dude was sitting on the bench out in front of the playground just doing this? I mean, even if I told him to do that for that video, why would he do it? Why would he accept? Thank you, Largemouth, for $20. I am pretty damn sure I can give Bruce a run for his money in a drinking competition. I just can't take a gummy. Largemouth, you got to be careful. I have seen you fall down drunk 100 times. I don't know that I've ever seen Bruce fall down drunk. Bruce can drink. Bruce got a hollow fucking leg. Bruce has his foibles. I think he would admit to that. But if he puts his mind to it, that broken body, he can fucking put down drinks, ketamine, all of it. Mushrooms, whippets, nitrous balloons. Do I need to keep going? I wouldn't want to challenge Superman to a flying contest. Thank you, Largemouth Ass. And I believe we're almost caught up. Lee Beasley, 1999. Thank you so much for becoming an orange boy, my friend. Let me offer you a steak, but they're only cooked one way.
Steaks cooked medium rare.
Can I get my steak cooked just
That wasn't no question.
You better like a medium rare, Lee. Even if you're being generous, I can't do anything to change that. I've got one of those Tommy Bahama shirts. Well, somebody's doing well. Congratulations on all your success, Lee. If you can afford Thomas Bahama clothing, thank you, Lee. Lawson says it was just gibberish from that mush mouth. Fucking Christ. Dylan is still texting me about bidding on that Alf. This man is a psychopath. Uh-oh. Bobby Double L. Bobby, I told you I'd just send you the CD. God damn it. Bobby Double L ordered the Above and Beyond edition of Hot Men Shed. Thank you so much, Bobby. You're going to love that episode. It's absolutely fantastic. Very, very kind. That is the only order on CommonwealthDryGoods.com tonight. So wear that with a badge of honor. Thank you, buddy. I will sign that, package that up, and have that out to you tomorrow. Here's all my taxes. Good puppy. You don't owe me any taxes, brother man. With that $20, we'll buy you some froyo.
I want to go get froyo. Who are you?
Poor Ted's phalanges and metacarpals and hemorrhaging discs and all that shit. He's going to have those bastards shaved down after. You can't tell me that fucking Shambles didn't do that on purpose.
I want to go get froyo. Who are you?
Yeah, he did that on purpose. He wanted to kill him dead. Thank you, good puppy. Does that put you on the leaderboard? I mean, what is going on with all these $20 super chats? This is simply outrageous. Loved you on the Mike O'Mara show this week. Well, thank you so much. I think we're going to cover that a little bit. Are you guys cool with that? I thought maybe we'd cover my interview on the Mike O'Mara show. Emmy, it's cannonball time.
Oh shit!
I mean, they don't make bigger splashes than that, Jack. They don't do it. Largemouth ass has lost his mind. Someone take this man's credit card away from him. $20 super chat. I get loose for sure, but I could stay that way indefinitely. Hey, look, man, I want to see it. I'm not shitting on you. I'm not questioning you. I know you like to have a good time. I know you can keep having a good time. You've never been a problem at any event that I've had that has alcohol at it. I want to make sure that I'm being crystal clear. This is in no way questioning your abilities as a drunk, your bibulous nature. I'm just telling you, Brucey's a fucking hoss. That's all I'm going to tell you. Beard growing and drinking Miller Lights, those are two things I would not want to fuck with when it comes to Bruce. I would not want to jack with him.
Are you jacking with me?
Oh, no, sir.
Don't jack with me.
Yes, sir.
Jack with me, largemouth, of all these $20 super chats. You crazy bastard. Stephen N. Gray's here. Holy shit. He's alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaddukesshow gaming legend Stephen N. Gray is alive. That's great. Good to see you, Stephen. What's up? I'm back and loving every minute of it. Well, that is fantastic, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. There's only one thing that I have left to plead for you to do.
I'm begging you. I'm pleading with you. For the love of Clinton, hit like you craven milk sops.
I'm not going to fucking go over this Mike O'Mara audio until we get 100 likes. Do we have 100 likes? We got to have 100 likes. I know we're going to have half the views we normally do because Sean's not here and Ant-Man's not here. I know that's the way it works. I'm fine with it. You guys are fine with it. There's just another 100 people that usually show up. But you better hit the goddamn like button, or I'll make it fucking butt awkward in here. I'll Columbine this. No, I'm kidding, of course. Pat McIntyre, $4.99. Thank you, bud. I feel attacked. Half my summer clothes are Tommy Bahama. They are the perfect beer gut. They are perfect for the beer gut, man. Yeah, they're not bad. They're a little bit more flowy. There's a lot of you start getting into some of these fucking, now that Hawaiian shirts are somewhat fashionable, like they started making them for slender people. This was always a fat guy clothing. So you get some that you order a 2XL and it fits like a large. Tommy Bahama and Duluth. My fellow fat person, if you want to start getting into the camp shirt game, these are camp shirts. Those are the two places you want to look. And why would you be attacked? Patrick, If you can fucking afford Thomas Bahama upper body clothing, it means you are killing it like killing them. It means you got nothing to worry about. I'm not drunk. You're drunk. Well, actually, I haven't started drinking yet, Steven. I'm planning on... I will start drinking this hour. How about that? This will be the hour that I start drinking. Does that make sense? Why wouldn't it make sense? Everybody says that now. Does this make sense? This is the hour. I'll let you know when. I got a fucking 12-pack of Narragansett. Call them a fucking no. Pazuzu tax. Well, hopefully there's no demons involved. Thank you, DC Sports Mark. You're a gentleman. All right. All right. Let's see. I was a guest, episode 3290. Jesus Christ, have there been 3,296 episodes of the Mike O'Mara Show? Jesus Christ. Well, if you think about it, he's been doing that show since I was doing sports talk on 106.7 The Fan. I know he got back on the radio on, was it 105.9 The Edge? I think that was the classic rock site, or station rather. He did mornings with Kirk from Kirk, Mark, and Lopez, I believe. So I think he was doing the podcast till then. But that's, how many years is that? I feel like it's decades. That is a shitload of podcasts. 3,296. And the name of the episode is The Chaddukes Store, because I believe that's what Mike calls Commonwealth Dry Goods. And we're going to have a little gander here. Jeff Schools, $4.99. Thank you, bud. Fat tax over 100 likes. And did the solid dudes tell you to pound it up your pounds hole? Oh, yes. Biker Sean is out of town doing biker gang things. I assume that he's finding indigenous Americans and exposing them to communicable diseases that they don't have a natural tolerance for. It's kind of what his bag is, typhoid blankets and such. He likes to give consumption to native people or native persons. So, yeah. He was unavailable, and then Ant-Man is actually out with my wife. Figure that one out. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. He's already in the friend zone from that other chick, the girl that we never met. That was. I love Ant-Man, but if you have a woman in your life, she can lay naked on his lap, and nothing's going to happen. You should absolutely feel okay. It's not just the two of them, Lori. I believe they are out singing karaoke with a gigantic group, and I have less than zero interest in that. So once Ant-Man and Biker Sean were both down for the count, I decided to just come on here and scream and yell and play stuff and talk about it. So that's the update. Nothing nefarious. I'm certain we'll be back at full capacity next week for those of you that are bored by this shit. You won't do a shot, Black Guy Bruce, $4.99. I will not, Bruce. The problem is that when I'm down here doing this, I have so much fun. The liquid pours very easily, so I gotta keep my head on a swivel, especially if we want to. We're only an hour in, you know. I'm trying to make this a marathon session. I'm trying to go for the gusto. All I gotta do tonight, I gotta walk the Rip Dips. That's it. I gotta watch Dune 2 at some point. No invite. Well, I'm sure you're more than welcome, Bruce. Do you like karaoke? I would not have expected you to be interested in karaoke, Bruce, or I would have highly recommended that. I also don't think it was their event. I think they were invited to an event. So I wouldn't take it personally if I were you. If you'd like, I will make sure they are aware in the future that that's something that you would be interested in. Okay. I'm going to try not to throw up. So this is the show I'm on. I didn't realize that Sroka hosted the show with Mike and Rob. Did you guys know that? God bless him. Also, God bless Sroka going for the faux hawk. When was the faux hawk at its peak of social relevance? I got to think it was 2010. And here we have Josh just telling convention to kiss his bumper, just kiss it. But you got to call Gebco convention because I'm going faux hawk. I think Mike looks good. Rob looks like he's lost a bunch of weight. It was fun checking in with these guys. I assume Mike is in Florida. You know what I found out? This is interesting. I think Rob Spiewak works for Oscar Santana. I think Rob works. He didn't tell me this, but somebody told me this. I think Rob works at Oscar's fucking company, which has got to be, I mean, it's got to be hella awkward, right? Is that true? Can anybody confirm that? I can't confirm that. I heard a rumor. All right, let's give some analysis here.
I am so many things to talk about today, but the first thing I want to mention to each and every one of you is that there are, count them, only 14 cabins left for the Love Boat Cruise.
So they're doing a fucking cruise. They're doing a Mike O'Mara show cruise. I mean, I don't like cruises. I would never go on a cruise, but that's pretty cool, right? I don't think there's any way, shape, or form I would have the pull enough to be able to do a cruise. What do you do? Are they going to just do a show? Like, do you do a show on the boat? Like, I know Chris Jericho does a cruise. I see lots of fun videos of the need for Bluetooth speakers to be banned on cruises. I assume Mike's not going to be on one of those cruise ships. I didn't do him any favors is where I paused this fucking thing.
14. Did I have that right?
Well,
I think so.
You're 14. You're just doing 4 with your hands.
He did 1-4. Don't pick
right.
me.
Yeah, I would be pissed if Soroka picked my nit that way too. I love Soroka, but that is a nitpick right there. That's a nitpick. How do you hold up 14 fingers, Josh?
You're good. 14
cabins.
Yes.
14 cabins are left. For those of you that are procrastinators and those of you that might be saying, man, I wish, you have a chance to get involved in our big thing coming up on December 5th with the
December 5th. A cruise on December 5th. That's not nothing. That's interesting. I'll have to ask Josh about that. A Chaddukes show cruise, though, the problem with that is I think that all of my listeners would use that as an opportunity to murder their spouses. Doesn't that happen constantly on cruise lines? You take the spouse that you hate, you go out the back fucking of the boat in the middle of the night, you have a glass of wine, knock her ass over the side, pretend like you were passed out, nobody's none the wiser, they never find her. How do they stop that? They can't stop it. I mean, maybe they could capture it on camera, but that happens all the time. And I got some angry listeners. I don't think we could pull off the cruise bit. Pat McIntyre, 499. Love that Lib Mike lives in Florida because he loves them tax breaks. Well, the good thing was Mike and I did not speak about politics at all. And it also goes to prove to you that you can absolutely have a conversation with somebody that you have nothing in common politically, and it's perfectly fine. And I'll give credit to Mike. We'll get to it during this clip, but I realized during this interview that I hadn't done an interview about what happened to me at all. I hadn't spoken about a bunch of the shit that Mike asked me about. I had gone into it with broad strokes on my own show, but it's very different when someone is asking you questions about it, and at least putting up the guys that they care. I thought that Mike and Rob, they certainly made me feel welcome. But yeah, we didn't talk any politics, Patrick, needless to say. Juan Matis, $20. Thank you so much. Left work early to catch CDS live because it's Friday. Bang on the drum all day. Let's bang on this drum and get you a Pacifico, Juan. Thank you so much for being an orange boy.
It's a life not made for everyone, but it's made for one and all. So set us up with some yellow cans.
Enjoy that. I don't think there was a lime in it, but it's still delicious. An ice cold beer. Ice cold, man. Stephen and Gray says I could do a rowboat show. Why you got to shit on me, Stephen? I'm here hanging out with you. We're having fun. I could be upstairs fucking slamming slices of Dominoes and starting. I could watch Dune 1 and 2. I could be having a Paradise by the Dashboard confessional all by my lonesome upstairs. Ellen Ripley Dukes, snuggled at the feet. Got the air conditioner blasting. Got my DeWalt portable fan. 12-pack of Gansett. Piping hot Domino's pizza, chicken kickers, 2 extra fucking kicker sauces. Dune 1 and 2 on demand. That could be my evening. But no, I'm down here hanging out with my besties. You got to tell me to do a rowboat show. How fucking dare you? Dune 2 is pretty good. Bruce breaking some news in the chat. If anybody didn't buy their copy of USA today, Brucey's going to enlighten you.
Start procrastinating. Start procrastinating later.
We've been trying to get together with Chaddukes for a long time and have him on the show.
That.
And it was determined a while back that Chad would come out and join us when he had a big announcement to make.
I never have a big announcement to make. I ain't got shit going on. Stroke, are you trying to keep me and Mike apart? You trying to keep Mike and I from joining forces and doing the Miko and Dukes show? I told you I've been canceled long enough. I'm ready to go back to being Ann Dukes. Do you know how long it took me to punch my way out of the Ann Dukes corner? It took a long fucking time.
And that big announcement is that there's Chad right down there. Hi, Chad.
I knew you meant 14, Mike. Josh is sticking in the mud.
Thank you. I appreciate you supporting me on that.
Again, this isn't Chad Dukes doing an interview here. This is Fish Hat. The aquatic enigma. Local and national renowned fish artist, Fish Hat. Think about that. Think about what a get this is. Mike doesn't even know. But this is like that Clark Kent Superman shit. This isn't the Shoodster. This is Fish Hat.
That one. It was determined that he would come on when he had this big announcement, and that announcement is that Chad's been involved in a motion picture, which is so exciting. I think I think most of us that get into this business at all want to do something like that at some point.
Mike was on. I think Don and Mike were on. I know they were on Babylon 5. They were on King of Queens. They were on a few shows. I don't think that they ever had an opportunity to be in a film, but anybody that's been a fan of movies your whole life, like being in a movie is something you probably would like to do. But Don and Mike, he's selling himself a little short here. They had a bunch of things like that during their career.
Be on television or in the movies, and this is a real movie that's coming out.
Briscoe
and every
County
time
Jr.
I look or hear the title of the film, I just channel a voice that a lot of you don't know in our listening audience now, and DC people might, but even the DC people.
Look at Sroka and what bedroom is that he's in?
That are younger wouldn't remember this guy. That's how long it's been. His name is Jack Kent Cooke, and the movie is called Tapawingo. And Tapawingo is the movie. And Chad, we can do it two ways. You can tell us about the movie after we run the trailer, or we can run the trailer. You can tell us about it, and then we'll run the trailer. Whatever way you want to do it.
Well, considering I already provided the biggest laugh I'm going to this afternoon backstage before your show began, you might as well just run the trailer, because I'm not.
So what I said backstage was, Rob gave me some piece of information, and I said, "Wow, now that I know that, I better start jacking off into the ceiling fan," which of course is a Corolla-ism. But that busted up the room. They all liked that. They all thought that was real funny. And the joke was on me because I thought we'd already started the fucking show. I thought we were already taping, but we weren't. We were backstage commiserating, and then the show started. So it's always good when you blow your funniest fucking line when there's nobody watching currently. That's the way you want to go about it. No, I didn't say it was in the church, Kevin. Father! I didn't do that. And stop fucking making me feel awkward on my own stream.
Not going to add anything.
When you added that laugh, by the way, which unfortunately nobody heard,
No.
it is why That is something where, man, I could have you here every day. I felt this enormous weight lifted off of me. I don't get that support, and it would just be, and it's. I feel the same way each and every day. Look at Rob's look right now. To have someone else to acknowledge my feelings as a radio person.
Chad, won't you join him every day?
I mean,
won't you?
I'd love to. I do know the feeling of just believing in your heart of hearts that you're killing it, and then looking around and Easter Island has surrounded you and nobody will sell shit. I absolutely understand what you're. That's true. Mike has always said, one of the things I know that Mike liked about Oscar is that Oscar would sell a laugh. I mean, to his credit, he was very liberal with the laughs, and that helps when you're trying to be funny and you're performing. It's almost like HGH. It's like a stimulant. If somebody's laughing, even if you don't believe that it's genuine, it still does help. And I know that's something that he had. We'd talked about that many times in the past, and how I don't think that happened on the previous show that he was on, is he would be being funny and wasn't necessarily getting the responses that he wanted. I also think he's taking a shit on Rob here, is he not? Is he not shitting on Rob and saying he's not funny? I think both things are happening coming from Mike.
Well, Tapawingo is the movie. Let's run the trailer, and then you can tell us about everything that's coming up with it. Let's take a look at Tapawingo.
Scoob residents, Ramona speaking.
Hi, Mom. This is Nate. Phil and I were wondering what you're making for dinner.
Beanie Weenies. You two want to eat here?
Beanie Weenies.
You guys seen this trailer?
No, thanks.
Show a little initiative down in the mailroom.
Where are my ding-dongs?
We may be able to bring you on full time.
Can't be locked into a 9 to 5.
Tell me about it.
You work here 3 hours a day and you still gotta call your friends.
I gotta go.
Maybe we should look into some mercenary work. You know, storming haciendas. What? High-powered explosives.
Hit the deck!
Protecting the weak and stupid.
Break any fingers?
No, there was.
Look at that fucking slice of man right there. Look at that hunk of fucking all that is masculinity. Nelson Tarwater, the tip of the motherfucking spear. Now listen, I am an overweight gentleman. I do exercise. I do try to stop eating around a certain time of day, but I drink too much beer. My portions are too large. There's a big hole to dig out from. Here's what I can tell you, is that Dylan Narang, as beautiful as it is that he put me in this movie, and the fact that I have a speaking role, and the fact that it is a pivotal moment, there's a couple of different scenes I have in the film when you see it that I think you'll be quite pleased. Even though he cut out most of my funny shit, it's on the cutting room floor somewhere in Hopewell. These are all things that we can thank him for. The fact that this is the camera angle they went for with this scene, I can absolutely tell you that the camera was much higher. And any fat person that's ever taken a photograph for Instagram knows that height is your friend. I'm incredibly grateful to be in the movie, but Jesus Christ. And then he made me shave. I had to shave any of the beard hair the meager beard hair that I am allowed to grow. So there I am on the ground. Look at that G. Look at that double chin. Holy shit. Sometimes when you're fat, you can delude yourself into thinking, wow, I'm too critical of myself. People don't see me the way that I see me. Wrong. Wrong. Whoo, boy.
Some butt here at the park that got in the middle.
This is my parts.
Do you have a mustache?
Look at the shootster. Look at the shootster getting the close-up.
And
God damn it, I fucked it all up. The shootster getting the massive close-up in the trailer. None of you saw that coming.
Break any fingers?
No, there was some butt here at the park that got in the middle.
This is my parts.
Do you have a...
Look at this stunt. Look at this modern-day Brando. I look like a young Brando in the island of Dr. Moreau. You see that fucking bowling shirt? Custom fit, custom made. They had to, this is a shoot. They had to sew 2 shirts together. I told the costume lady that it was very nice what all my sizes were, and guess what? Everything in this fucking movie is vintage, and people back in the 70s didn't need 2XL by and large. Oh my God. I did start drinking. For those of you that were curious, mark it down on your chaddukesshow steno pad 737. Blackout Bruce 999. Thank you, buddy. You could watch Velocipaster 2 instead of Dune 2. Breaking news. I did not know there was a Velocipaster 2, Brucey. You might have fucking scooped me on that. You know what? I might watch. I enjoyed Velocipaster 1 a great deal. But for $10, Bruce, let's kick your old friend Dick Smokin out of this place, huh? Shall we?
Never mind, I'll find out for myself.
Get him out of here so you can have your due diligence, my friend. Emmy, $4.99. Thank you so much. Oscar can run, but he can never hide from the please daddy stop era. Yeah, was the callers have to fucking call, the female callers had to say please daddy stop when they called our show? Fucking, it is crazy how desensitized we were. Like, everybody's so goddamn sensitive now. Like, I went back and watched a video of from years ago. I was like, maybe I'll play this, and like, the jokes are, I mean, back then it was perfectly fine, you know, if you listen to Howard Stern or O&A, but now it's like, oh my God, if you played this in front of a bunch of people that watch The View, their heads would explode. Thank you, Emmy. We wish Oscar nothing but the best. Stephen Gray. And the Oscar goes to, well, clearly the Shootster. I mean, clearly just from this trailer alone, you guys can see my acting chops, my chiseled jaw.
Mustache?
Kind of.
Hey! Do you want to tell me why our yard was vandalized?
I tutored Gretchen in geometry.
Nice ride.
What is this?
My overriding fear is that we may have stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest.
We could do this the easy way or the hard way.
I thought you had to work today.
You talk about being a mercenary. It's time to put your toe in the water.
A core punch is when you head directly into the eye of the storm.
Pick up Oswald after school again, and you won't like what happens.
Look at these epic fucking bespoke sets of clothing that your pal is wearing. You know, I had a plan. As soon as I was done filming Tapawingo and I saw myself and how fat and bloated I was, I said, I'm going to lose 100 pounds by the time this movie comes out. Let me do a quick impression for you. Ready? I think I look exactly the same, if not more bloated. Oh, that's my best scene. And Dylan cut out 90% of it. I'm selling class rings to water-headed children. I got a big monologue I had to memorize. Fucking all for naught. Skip this movie.
We have a client with certain security issues.
How do we know you haven't forgotten your moves? Checks out.
Things have escalated.
How much?
A butt ton.
A butt ton.
That's not a smile.
We're gonna have to think outside the box on this one.
I devised a possible avenue of attack.
Oh, God.
Someone crosses the line. I'm hauling my brother Stoney.
Look at this shootster. Look who's in the fucking car. Look who's in the fucking car with his friend Billy Zane. Listen to your friend Billy Zane. He's a cool dude. Who gets to pull off in a fucking Mustang with Billy Zane? Raise your hand. Yes, I offered him oral. Yeah.
Is that Billy Zane that I...
Billy
is
Zane.
that the Billy Zane?
I gotta say, it's very cool that Mike was kirking out as much as he was. Why they got you buttoned all the way up to the top. Listen, Steven, you fuck. You think it was my idea? It wasn't my idea. It was the wardrobe and Dylan's idea. He had a certain look that he wanted me to have, and it wasn't always as flattering as I'd like it to be. But what am I going to do? I'm going to say no. I want to be in the sequel. I want to be in Wingo 2. I think instead of calling it Tappa Wingo, they're calling it Trey Wingo. I want to be in the Tarwater origin story. Pat McIntyre, $4.99. Thank you, brother. You could watch Smokey and the Bandit instead of Dune 2 again. I hope you got it. That's the funniest line in any movie ever. I lost my hat, Daddy. I hope your goddamn head was in it. I mean, I'm always up for watching Smokey and the Bandit. I'm always up for that. Thank you, bud. Spoiler alert, Duke survives Tappa Wingo 2. You don't know that. The sequel could be an origin story. I could die at the hands of John Haydare Boy. We do have a fight scene. I have confirmed that. I don't think I'm allowed to show it to you. I'd love to show it to you. Maybe if Dylan would let me show it. You think Dylan would let me show it? Let me text him. Would Dylan let me show you guys the fight scene? Let me ask him. Am I allowed to show my fight scene with John Haydare Boy on YouTube right now? And if so, and if yes, please send it to me. If no, I would like a nice gift. Okay. I just sent a text. We'll see what he says in response.
At the end of that is Billy effing Zane.
You don't recognize my brother? You don't recognize my brother in the film? We don't look fraternal to you?
Oh, my God. That is fantastic. That is so... and right away, you get a major star with, my lips hurt real bad.
John Heater.
All right, so tell me all about how long ago did you do it? How did it come about? Everything else. How does a lonely... podcast Fairfax County entrepreneur dive into the world of feature films?
I was wondering how many pejoratives were going to come out there from Mike Sage. Yeah, it was funny. I was wondering how many times he was going to call me a one-market podunk zilch. Just describing my current state. Well, it's funny, Mike, because when I got cast, it was right after. See, you had the dignity of being fired. I was canceled, and I've got to say, it's a very different set of circumstances. I don't know if I talked about that, but it was very strange going through being cast in a fucking movie when you're in the middle of having your life torn to shreds. And that's why I'll always be envious of not envious, but indebted to Dylan, because he didn't give a shit about any of it. He didn't care about any of it. Never did. Never once came up. I brought it up to him. I was like, hey, are you worried? I'm kind of fucking like napalm right now. I'm kind of irradiated as we speak. He's like, I don't care about that. And so that was a very, I think we talk about it here, actually. I don't remember a lot about the interview.
I'm sure it is. I am sure. And I want to get, if you can, I want to get into that as well.
Sure.
Just to chat with you about that. Was a while back as well. So, how did the movie come out? I mean, come about. It's cool.
Our former employer, they treat you fairly. So when I was... I was in the throes of getting canceled, and I didn't know what I was going to do, and I hadn't started the Chaddukes show yet, and I got a call from a guy that said, we want you to read for a movie, and I knew it was are you guys, forgive me, do you curse on YouTube? Yeah, see, that's the thing, is I don't think they curse, which is kind of interesting. I think one of the reasons why you do a show like this is because you want to be able to curse. I know, somebody help me. On Big O and Dukes, did we not curse on the free episode, but we did curse on Reloaded? I feel like that was a thing. But God, all that shit is just fucking evaporated in my sieve-like brain. Jeff Schools, $4.99. Thank you, buddy. There's no way you could have come from my loins. When I get home, I'm going to punch your mama in the mouth. All right, maybe we have to watch Smokey and the Bandit tonight. We might have to make this a reality. Hank R, $5. Thank you, bud. Chad, have you seen LA to Vegas? It stars Dylan McDermott and Kimberly Matula. It was Fox's last attempt at an edgy adult comedy. Great cast, too. No, Hank, and honestly, I don't watch a lot of comedies because as someone that is trying to be funny with my everyday job, I get easily influenced. Like when I was listening to Ace Man every day, I was too influenced by the way that he spoke. I feel like that happened to me with Opie and Anthony and Norton. It's tough for me to not do that. So I don't spend a lot of time watching or listening to comedy. Most of the time, it's more educational shit. But like for my entire life, it's been action thrillers. Fucking if you got a good narco movie, like if there's a drug cartel involved, I'm gonna be up in that thing's guts, back up in your ass like the resurrection. Yo, Andy Shonerd coming through with the $50 super chat. My guy, that is incredibly generous. Thank you so much. Hey, Dukes, glad to have Friday YouSchoode. Looking forward to eventually watching Tapawingo. Yeah, I would like for you to eventually see Tapawingo. I think that would be great. Andy, thank you so much. You gave me $50, and all I had to give you is shirtless orgy beer.
I mean, that's just what we do around here.
Oh my God! What the fuck is going on? Can't tell me that guy isn't on some sort of a fucking skateboard being drawn across the room on a rope. All right, now I got to update the fucking Fun Boys again. My God. All right, so Andy, let me make sure I pronounce his name and spell his name correctly. He's had a problem with that in the past. There we go. Everybody's all caught up. Everybody's accounted for. Thank you for the $50 super chat, Andy. That is absolutely spectacular and above and beyond, as always. You're an above and beyond type of guy. Thank you, bud. Cursing definitely on the premium show. Yeah, but so you're saying there was no cursing on the free episode? I paid $9.99 a month to hear you say fuck on Reloaded. Yeah, that was still a draw. Remember, that was a draw because we were broadcast radio guys, so it was still kind of like weird for people to hear us curse. Or at least I think that's what the rationale was, why we pretended like that was a big deal. Obviously, it wasn't that big a deal. Masks on, and they had COVID officials, and we almost got shut down while we were doing it. And my first day on the set, I have a big fight scene with Napoleon Dynamite. Like, I have a fight with John Hader Boy, and we're rolling around. I was kind of hoping they'd pop for John Hader Boy on the ground and roots, and I'm big and fat and out of shape, and I'm getting like chafing, but my only goal I can't even explain to you how uncomfortable that was. I mean, the prickly heat, the swamp ass, it was just and in my first scene is I knew everyone was going to be a professional actor, but it's like I saw Blades of Glory in the theater, right? Like I watched John Hader Boy host Monday Night Raw. I don't think everyone knows I'm not the biggest Napoleon Dynamite fan, but I'm certainly fucking aware of what a popular culture icon that character is. And that's like the first fucking scene is fighting that dude. It's like, oh God, please don't hurt this guy. Whole thing, I think you guys can appreciate this. I just didn't want to be the one that screwed everything up. I didn't want to be the reason why they had to say, cut, we got to go again. So I knew all my lines, and whenever they asked me to do something, I said, okay. So there's scenes where I'm hanging off of cameras and stuff, and I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just like, I'm not going to.
You're not going to screw it up.
Did I freeze? Why didn't Stroka tell me that I froze? Fuck, I'm so embarrassed. Now I'm playing myself freezing on my own show. It's a nightmare. Bobby Double L, 1999. That ain't no nightmare. That's the cure for any nightmare. The cure for what ails you. I learned how to drive listening to Don and Mike. Also, I love being taken advantage of. Orange Boys Mafia. As do I. You think this lady here got taken advantage of, Bobby Double O? She gone. She gone. Thank you, Bobby Double L. I got taken advantage of when he lit up my wrist. Right there, Bobby. A piece of you's always with me. Is that gay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope not. I mean, if people watch it, they may decide differently. But I did during the filming process. I don't think I was the reason that we had any problems.
That is, I mean, to dive into that situation and to be suddenly thrust into a real feature film being shot, as dumb as it looks, it's just, and it has that great kind of Napoleon Dynamite quality to it, and it just looks like fun. I mean, that's the first word I would say. And so you dive in, and you don't know. When do you know that everything is okay, that everything's ready to go, that you will be? Obviously, you can end up the history of it as much.
I wanted to get to the part, talking about the movie's fun, but I wanted to get to the controversial part.
Keep Chad in, and they move Chad to the afternoon, and when it happens, what it's like to go through. I was fired. That was, people get fired in radio. It happens. Sure. It didn't happen to me a lot in my career, but when it happens, it happens. That has to be a pretty scary time to just realize this is your life. This is what you've done since you were a little guy, and now this is happening. I mean, talk to me about that.
You're the first person to ask me these questions, so forgive me if this is disjointed at all. And it was very strange. Like, first of all, I'm suffering under no delusion that I think that people. One of the reasons why I was never asked, because who the fuck was going to have me on after all that shit went down, right? Like, why would anyone have cause to book me? Why would they risk taking shit for having me on? So that's kind of one of the reasons why I think all of it went away. Like, I got phone calls from places wanting comments when that shit went down, but it was interesting to have Mike be the one that was asking me those questions, because I never really answered them to anybody outside of like personal phone calls that I'd had in my personal life. So, this part of the interview for me was fairly cathartic, because as I just said, I didn't have a chance to really do any of that shit, which was interesting. You can go watch the interview if you want that. I want to get to the part with about Santana, just because I saw some feedback, and I think people thought by and large this was kind of a harsh segment. To be fair, I didn't think it was all that harsh, but I am also very jaded of these where we all sit in quadrants, and they're as we're bitching about podcasts.
And we're able to survive because of that, but there's so much crap out there.
Yeah. See, I think Mike and I share the same view on every single person on earth having a podcast. And he can, there's things he's really good at. Okay. So I just wanted to comment on this. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse.
Fine. That's sure. Decision had already been made. I wasn't waiting for you to make that decision.
Okay. He's talking about, see, I didn't know the details. I never asked the details of what happened when Santana took his egress. I didn't know if he was fired. I didn't know if he quit. I kind of thought there was some bad blood there, but also it's really none of my business, other than, I know and care for some of the people involved. And I don't go online. Like, I don't go search on dirt sheets to try to find what people are talking about or if there's additional information, because for my mental health, that's what I need to do. So this was definitely the first time I heard Mike talking about whatever happened between him and Oscar. And the way that it was kind of described to me is that he don't talk about it a lot on his show. So I think maybe this is the first time he was saying some of these things. I could be mistaken. And for those of you that listen, maybe you can correct that.
We both had kind of a radio partner who went away.
Yeah.
And I think that
that's an interesting way to describe it.
I don't know how you feel about it. I don't talk about it that much, but it really feels as though, for me, I really, really regret it. That he left the way he did. And it was only after that happened that I sort of said to myself, I took stock of it, and I said, well, he's done it to this guy,
sure,
and he's done it to this guy, and he's done it to this guy. And it just is, it's very, very tough to go through that as well. And in broadcasting, especially our kind of broadcasting, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. You went through it with him when probably so he left the Big O and Dukes podcast when
I got
that whole whacked thing happened. And have you guys maintained any kind of contact at all, or because we don't talk about it. I don't call you and go, hey, we talked to Oscar. I don't. Sure. I haven't spoken two words to
Mike
Oscar
calls
since
me
he
like
left.
that, but not you.
No, Oscar and I had a phone call. He said, "Don't be, take the tampon out of your
right,
and be a man." And then kaboom, and I went online right away and just said, "That's it." Blah blah blah.
First, I heard of that. I'm gonna just react to this as it's happening because it's somewhat salacious. I understand whenever you talk about a former partner, but I thought for many years, not many years, but I thought for a good chunk of time, I think Drab did too, but I won't speak for him, that Oscar was trying to distance himself from Big O and Dukes and get out of Big O and Dukes. We had fun with it on the show, but there was times when he'd show up late or times where he would show up and not say much, and he just didn't seem as into it, and he had this other career going that was doing well. And, of course, he had the Mike show, which I believe paid him more. And so I kind of felt like while ultimately it was me having something happen to me for things that I had said, regardless of whether or not they were taken out of context or they're offensive or not, I got fired for shit that I said, and, that's not Oscar's fault. So I never will blame him for that. But leading up into that moment, I kind of always felt like he was looking for a way out, and it was presented to him. And when Mike is describing this situation here, that is exactly what it sounds like, as well as there's this huge blow up. Mike is actually the one that terminates the relationship, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't looking for a way out. I think he's real happy over there where he is right now. I haven't spoken with him to talk about it, but that was something that I was thinking as Mike was telling this story, is that that part of it, even though it was very different, the ways that those shows parted company, that it felt like kind of the same runway. Bobby Double L, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Oh, I already said that one. I'm sorry, but thank you very much again. Pat McAteer, $4.99. My apologies. You sounded taller on the radio. What is this world coming to? I know, right? Should be a 6'5" fucking cut from raw iron chunk of rebar. The Adrian Peterson of radio. That's what they've always called me. DC Sports Mark, $4.99. Oscar seems like the nicest guy. Imagine how mad he must have been to say that to Mike. Yeah, I mean, Oscar's a nice guy, but it's more complicated than that. And if you know Mike is kind of pretty mercurial. Is that the word I'm looking? Mercurial? He's kind of, he can run hot. So, I also could say this, not trying to fucking sweep for Mike here, but if someone told me to take the tampon out of my ass that I'm working with, I would respond negatively as well. I don't know that that would be the end of the relationship, but that's a bombastic thing to say. I think we can all agree to that.
And then he said it was my fault for going online. Well, no, it was over in my mind when I went online. That's sure. That decision had already been made. I wasn't waiting for you to make that decision.
Right.
I was pissed off. And
so that sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds like Mike fired Oscar, and that's why he went on the show and fragged him. Which of course is his right, but I can see Santana's side of that. If we have a fight offline, off the air, and then you take it to the air, that's throwing accelerant all over everything. I've had all kinds of fights with all kinds of different co-hosts, and 95% of them don't make it to the air. Because you don't want them there, because it's nobody else's business. It's like fighting with your wife. Like, I argue with my wife. I don't argue with my wife at Capitol Grill. I don't argue with my wife at Texas Roadhouse. I don't argue with my wife at the Ali Shabibis. We don't do that. Even if we're not getting along, even if I think there's going to be something, like, we'll wait till we get to the truck. We'll wait till we get home. And I think that's a little bit of what we're talking about here.
And I'm just wondering whether you've had any contact or what that world looks like, because we've never talked about it privately or publicly.
Yeah. I'll start with this. Drab T-shirt has been incredibly supportive of me throughout this entire thing, no matter what has happened, and that's been nice. And he always was kind of a bridge between us. My situation, I won't speak to your situation with Oscar. I'm not as familiar with it. I know that you guys did a show together and you did well. I can't blame anyone for wanting to get away from me when that was going down, because it was terrifying for me. It must have been terrifying for him. The part that I kind of
don't really understand. Well, I do. I always got the sense, and Oscar and I worked well together, and he did a lot for me, and I don't want to say that he didn't. I wouldn't have I don't think we would have gotten the job in Phoenix doing radio unless he had been on the grind. You guys know this. He can hustle, and he can bullshit, and he can, there's things he's really good at. And
Absolutely.
I'm not as good at those things. I'm as good at hopefully making the waka waka, and that won't get you in the door. I got the man tits and the saggy, and like he's different. He's pulling up at an H2 and pitching that happened a couple of times. I always got the feeling that Oscar was very good at finding people that could help him and then using them for as long as they could help him and then kind of casting off. Whether or not he did that with me, I gave him a reason to do it, so I can't say otherwise. As far as speaking with him, about a year after I'd been whacked, I got approached by a business in Manassas that was opening up a new venue, and they said, we'd like to do a show. Do you have a show that can fill 600 seats? And I said, not no more, Billy. But I know one that could. So I called. That part's true, and it's frustrating, honestly. I don't know how much money Santana's making. I don't care. Hopefully he's doing well. I'm not motivated by money to the extent where it's like I'm not going to sacrifice parts of my personality or I'm not going to work myself to death. But I have a tremendous respect for money. I have a tremendous respect for being financially secure, for the lifestyle of if I want to go out and buy a steak, I don't got to check the checking account. I don't have to check the what bills are coming in that month. Like I lived that life a long time, including when I was in radio. And I made sure that I was doing everything I could to not live it again, and that is saving a shitload of money every time that I could, whether it was appearance fees or endorsements or whatever, reinvesting that, putting it into a savings account. And so, like, whenever something comes up where it's like, hey, you can make $4,000 or $5,000, I'm gonna fucking listen, right? Like that's something that I'm gonna want to do. And it comes up in this interview how I kind of push back against Mike not being able to realize that doing that with Don, we'll get to that, but him taking an opportunity, if it were to arise, and doing a one-off show or even a little mini tour with Geronimo is something they should both be doing. Like, unless they're both sitting on $50 million, which they did well, but I don't think they are. I just respect money, and I respect the opportunity to make it. So when you get approached for something like that, it's twofold. One, it's humbling because it's like, no, I can't draw 400 or 500 people. Like maybe there was a time in my life where I could, but I can't now. But Big O and Dukes could. If we were going to do a one-off, like if it's just me and him and Drabby one night, yeah, I think we could. We sold out the State Theater. We sold out some bigger rooms. I think we could do that. So it was interesting. And to just get met with nothing, it's like, wow, okay. It's difficult for somebody like me to understand because I do respect money so much. I called Oscar. I texted him, and I said, hey, man, I know you're doing your own thing. It looks like it's going really well, but how about a one-off, split the money right down the middle? We'll just do a live show. People have been asking for it ever since it's been fired. And he gave me, I wouldn't say it was not polite, but it was a very terse, my business goes in different, it was a lot of, blue sky, we'll run it up the flagpole, that type of jargon. I'm like, oh, wow, that's where we're at now. And that's the last time I spoke to him. So I haven't, stuff's happened in my life. I almost died. I fell off a deck, had COVID, all this stuff that happened to me.
How did you almost die?
A deck collapsed while I was fat jokes, please. I was walking with my dog up a deck at the Outer Banks, and the stairs. There's no reason. You guys know that story.
I mean, that's wow. The thing about partnerships, and I have found that in my career, when things are painful, and it's the only way I can describe it. When things are painful, I move forward.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I don't want that pain again, so I don't go backwards. That's not to say if I bump into people or I was to see people that I would say, hey, sorry it went down like this. Probably. Don and I did that a couple of times. We haven't spoken in years. I only speak for myself. When I feel like somebody has caused me a little pain, I get out of the garage and I keep driving down the street. I don't look back at the garage. It doesn't, because I feel like if I do or I try to repair something, it's going to cause that pain again. Does that make any sense?
Can I interject with you though, Mike? Here's
Yeah.
where I gotta call you out a little bit. I'm very proud of myself for saying this to him in this moment. You're on a different level than most of us are with Don, in the way that you don't need to ever talk to Don again. I understand that. But for the same reason I get pissed off at Led Zeppelin is the same reason I get pissed off at you guys. In that if I had something in my life where if I put it together, 10,000 people are going to show up and give me $50 a piece, I will eat that S sandwich for whatever it takes. I will, and I really don't understand otherwise. I mean, Led Zeppelin's different because Led Zeppelin's got fuck you money, but I don't understand. Robert Plant can play with Alison Krauss for the rest of his fucking life. He can go out on tour with Alison Krauss and play bluegrass songs, whatever it is they do, every fucking fall and winter. Go out with Jimmy Page. 10 dates. Play whatever Zeppelin songs you want. Pick one album. I don't want to say you owe it to your fans, but it sure would fucking be nice while you're both still alive. Right? To go along with the massive fucking payday. Did you see how many people showed up for Sabbath's final show? People want to give you that money. People want to say thank you. People want to say goodbye. People want to hear those stories again. People want to hear those songs. I mean, there's one hand I can count the radio shows that have influenced me. And some of the biggest pop culture influences in my life. Well, the biggest pop culture influences in my life are all radio shows, for the most part. For Don and Mike and Opie and Anthony, they're successful. They're more successful than me. They made no money. They're not rich enough to look that gift horse in the mouth. I'm sorry. It drives me nuts. And then in a band, it's even worse because those motherfuckers all have different buses. They don't have to talk. I know when Oasis had their reunion, they walked out onto the fucking stage together. I think they had one embrace. But for the most part, one of them's playing guitar, one of them's singing and playing the tambo. Radio's a little different because you're going to have to go up there and have interpersonal communication, and that can be more grating. But fuck me, man. They could do a show. I mean, one show in Wichita, one show in Reno, one show in Sacramento, one show in Baltimore, and then maybe like one in Northern Virginia and one in D.C. proper. And print fucking money. It's just different. It's just none of us can understand what that's like. But I can certainly question, well, I don't like the guy enough to do it. I don't want to reach out. Well, I don't get that, man. That's all ego. When they came to me, I hadn't spoken to Oscar in a year. They came and said, do you have a show? And I said, yes, I do. And I texted him because I thought it would be fucking negligent if I didn't. Here's a giant pile of money. Are you interested in a giant pile of money? Oh, boy. Patrick McAteer being very generous tonight. $4.99. Thank you, bud. When Oscar went to business school, I thought he was sort of looking away out at the time. I don't know. A lot of people have alleged that over the years. I always thought that was just because, he felt an immense competition. His brothers and sisters and everybody in his family is successful. So I just think that he felt a lot of competition with that, and that was a way to kind of even the score. I don't know. It clearly worked out for him. Stephen N. Gray $1. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, bud. DC Sports Mark $1.99. People just sending in the two. This is the part of the evening where people send in $2 super chats. I don't even have to fucking read anything. Stephen N. Gray $2. I'm ride or die. I would never leave. Yo. I think that means that he loves Wesley DeBarba. Thank you, Stephen. DC Sports Mark. Is it fair for Oscar to turn his back on all these listeners and Bode fans that rely on the same listeners when he starts his own solo show? I don't think he's... Is it turning... That's very dramatic, DC Sports Mark. I don't think he's... Is he turning his back or does he just not want to do it? He could just not want to do it. It ain't the easiest thing in the world to work with me. It's not fucking sunshine and rainbows. You guys see how many people I chew through, both friends, co-workers, producers. Ain't none of them come running back. Joshua said, I would easily pay $100 for a show in Sacramento. Yeah, I know. I mean, who wouldn't? Everybody 40 and up. First of all, they all have money. Thank you, DC Sports Mark. Everybody that's in the Don and Mike demographic have established themselves now, right? Like, you're not appealing to a bunch of tweeners going to their parents and asking them to buy tickets and shit. Talking with millionaires. You charge $200 a ticket. Or just charge $50 a ticket. Play a fucking, won't play arena, but I guarantee Don and Mike could play a theater in Washington, D.C. They could play a theater in Sacramento. I guarantee it. Or do the cruise bit. I don't know if the cruise bits is financially motivating. I like fucking going to a venue, taking the door. That's what I like. L Mouthass, $20. I do enjoy getting $20 from largemouth ass, almost as much as I enjoy these thick, luscious lips.
So I'll see you on the red carpet this fall. And if I don't, I'm going to come knock a hole in your bathroom wall.
Try not to let them things vibrate you off the chair, largemouth ass. Your appreciation of your fans and understanding, your love, your content is what sets you apart. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That's very nice. But I like to make a profit. I like to turn a buck. I am for capitalism. I'm not above any of that shit. I don't pretend like I'm out here running a charity. I like to be able to take my wife out to nice dinners and pay my fucking car insurance. You know how much my goddamn medical insurance is? Oh, man, do they want me dead. Thank you, largemouth ass. $4.99 from DC Sports Mark. He turned his back. We all invested lots of time, not even a hello or a goodbye. Well, again, you mean you want to do a final Big O and Dukes? There's a goodbye. Go look at the Instagram. There's a goodbye up there. I think he wrote that. I don't think I wrote it. Can't imagine I wrote that. I thought we were going to keep doing the show. I was operating under this. But honestly, let me be as honest as I possibly can be right here. I don't know that I could. I don't know that I would have been financially. What I made off of Big O and Dukes was not enough to live on. I have a bigger nut than that. And if Big O and Dukes were still around, now maybe we would have had a massive influx of subscribers to Reloaded. Maybe let's say we doubled our money. I'm doing better now financially because I don't have to fucking pay Drab 33% and pay Oscar 33%. So would I do the Chaddukes show and we could have also done Big O and Dukes once a week, twice a week, whatever we were doing? Yeah, I think that's possible. But in a small way, it was a blessing because I needed everything to funnel into, all the hoses needed to be in my pool, so to speak. Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, it's getting real, right, huh? Sean and fucking Ant-Man don't show up, and we go down memory lane. And that's the part that I've never understood. I don't get it with O&A. I don't get it with you two, because you reached a different pinnacle and a different level of fellowship, God bless you, based on your talents and your longevity, where I would be like, and this goes doubly for him, because he's crazier than you are. We all know that.
With me...
Talking about Don, of course.
I can only explain it this way. On that level... Unlike, I'm going to go down the list of Buzz Burbank, sure. Mark Ronick, Oscar Santana. There are other people I have had in my radio career. I don't have nightmares about them.
Okay.
I still have dreams that involve Don Geronimo.
Mm-hmm. What a fucking admission that is. Wow. That's pretty wild saying that into a fucking live microphone. I am happy to say, I actually am sorry that Mike is still so traumatized by that shit. I am very happy to tell you guys, I do not have bad dreams about any of my former hosts or producers. The things that plague me in my sleep are vastly different. Don't let them find out you're gay. I thought that was a pretty stunning revelation, to be honest with you, that Mike came out and said that. And I give him credit. You guys know me. And I think I know you a little bit. What draws me to this is the honesty, is the realness, is the awkwardness. It's why I've always loved the fights. It's why I've always loved the conflict. It's like real human shit. That's why reality TV has never done shit for me. My dick has never filled up at all watching a reality TV show because you can sniff fake from a mile of fucking way. It was when I found out the cake horn was fake. Do you know how devastating that was to me? Because the reason why I loved it so much was how real it seemed. Finding out it was a fucking work, man. Holy shit. And that's what always drew me to talk radio. At least I thought it was. Andy, 1999, thank you so much. Putting hole in the barn is a tenet we should all live our lives by. I say this to every single young person I speak to, and I'll say it to you guys now. Take 10% of every fucking dollar you make and put it into a savings account. And then when it gets to enough, purchase a large piece of real estate with it in cash. 10% of everything. I learned it from Friends. Swear to God. Learned that when I was very young watching Friends. Started doing it the second I got into radio. And it's why when it was time for me to buy a pool, there ain't no payment. That's cash money. I have motherfuckers mocking me when I was getting canceled, saying, oh, looks like you lost your pool, Dukes. Nope. Nope. No, I didn't. You know why? I don't go to Turks and Caicos. I don't own a fucking Bentley. I don't do cocaine. I drink Miller Lights. I go to the Outer Banks. And when I got an appearance fee for hanging out at Singular Wireless, the motherfucker went into my Bank of America account. Suck my dick. You know where my pool is 5 years after being canceled? I'm looking at it. Suck my dick. Didn't have kids. Didn't have kids. No disrespect. If you have kids. No disrespect. Thank you, Andy. I don't know why I'm so upset. It's probably because I've had 2 Narragansetts. 2! Can you believe it? Andy, hopefully you get to shower with your in-laws in the near future.
I'm just in the shower at my in-laws' house. No big deal.
That's what I wish for you. Patrick, again, $4.99. I felt like Don and Mike were 50-50, but I felt like Dukes was 70% of Bode. I like Drab, but I don't care to hear from the Big O again. Well, look, man, every fucking show that's 2 people or 3 people gets that. But you can't deny the brand. You can't deny that Big O and Dukes was successful and that it had some 2 different guys from 2 different worlds. Like, did I provide more laughs? Maybe. But I tell you what, man. I tell you what feeds me. I don't know if you guys like the cut of my jib. It's if there's someone around doing shit that I can fucking riff on comedically. That's why Ant-Man's a 10. You know? Why Wesley the Barber's a 10. Oscar provided a lot of that shit. And to be fair, being okay with ball breaking is a very difficult thing. Most people don't have it in them. And you can't ever say that he wasn't okay with having his balls broken on that show for the good of the show. So, I get it. I understand that. But I'm sure a lot of people feel that way about me. Jeff Schools, $1.99, thank you. I think we need Mike on Solid Dudes. It's not a bad idea. Our numbers would certainly be more pumped up than they are tonight. Hit the like button. Christ, if we can't get to 150 likes. I'm going to get a gun in my back from Biker Sean and Jim Jester, Ant-Man and Mike Sleep. Oh, look at the numbers when we're not there. Yeah, I see them. I see them. I get it. DC Sports Mark, $4.99. How much would Mike's appearance fee to go on Solid Dudes? I bet he'd do it for free. I think he would do it for free. I mean, if he wants, I'll pay him what I pay the other guys. I don't pay them a king's ransom. The Venmo ain't dried up. I generally pay him pretty good. I certainly pay people more money than anybody else. To the person that ordered the above and beyond edition of Hot Men Shed, but said they don't want a shout out, thank you. I'll just say thank you. All right, I'm going to let this play. I got to take a leak. So watch this, and I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. and then we will discuss things further. I have so much I have to show you tonight. We're almost 2 hours. We're over 2 hours in. Hit the like button. The least you can do is hit the like button, for God's sake.
It's not uncommon.
And Rob shares the same thing.
Yeah.
We've discussed it. I don't know whether that might indicate the trauma, but I still, for a time, was communicating, and then it's just I'm not sure I'd want to deal with that.
I would still like to get an occasional call on the last day of vacation.
About how horrible things are.
Exactly.
Oh, don't do that to me. I'll have another nightmare.
You're okay. You got to talk it out, baby. Talk it out.
But yeah, and since I'm not going to let you hang alone on that, as far as the idea of, and the last thing I'll say about Oscar, my impression is the same as yours regarding, partnerships are valuable until they're not valuable to him,
Sure.
and then. That's kind of the way I looked at it. And, that's the way I feel about it. And there's never been, any contact there. So it happens. Now let's talk about sunnier things if we can. So you've got the movie coming out. You still have your Chaddukes store in Fairfax.
That's what it's called. Store.
The Chaddukes
punch it right into the waves.
Hold it. Wait, I'm going to get it right. I'm going to get it. Hold on. No, it's.
Can you imagine how quickly we'd have gone out of business?
Only if there's a good picture of you in the logo.
Chaddukes store. Everybody loves Chaddukes store. All right, where do we leave it?
Fish Hat here. I too would like you to hit the like button.
I think it was there. All right. My point is, if you're lucky enough to be beloved for something, I like it when people are happy about that. Bob Denver always loved being Gilligan. John Cena loves being John Cena. If you're blessed enough to do something well enough where people want to support that and they remember it fondly, I was a little, when shit went down, I was a little negative about Bode. Was negative about some of the stuff on the fan. I try not to now. People want to just remember me for the Redskins rant. It's like, hey, that's great. It's great that you remember me for something. Oh, boy. All right. So, before we get into anything else, and we got a lot to get into tonight, so I hope you guys are in for the long haul. The only thing that can stop us is if I have 6 Narragansetts, that could stop us. Because, for some reason, can't get that to you right now. All right, so Dylan has responded. He will not be giving me the fight scene from Tapawingo. We'll have to wait on that. He did, though, give me Lynchburg Hillcats, pickleball paddles, and a 4th of July hat to give away tonight to one lucky, generous person that supports either my shop, my Venmo, or Super. Well, we won't even say that, but you know what I mean by support. Somebody's winning some cool shit tonight, and thank you to everybody that's already been so supportive. You guys have killed it all evening long. And so, I have a new hobby. I think many of you know it already. I am an artist. That's right. I deal in art. Colored pencils is my medium. Like all great artists before me, I picked the most childish medium to try to conquer. And this is my Instagram page where I keep my art. Fish Hat Art. That's right. Art from the Aquatic Enigma Fish Hat Art Show, Saturday, August 2nd at Scary Octopus Records. For those of you that were unaware, this is my first art show. Monk and I talked about this before he set his life on fire and went insane, that we wanted to do an art show. And what I thought that meant is we were going to get a bunch of local artists and maybe do something out at Flying Ace Farm. Little did I know that these hands have been touched by God. My dove-like touch would be all that you would need under the moniker of Fish Hat That's my artist's name. That I would be the one providing the art. And on Saturday, August 2nd, out at Scary Octopus Records / Commonwealth Dry Goods in Old Town Fairfax, yes, indeed, there will be at least 5 pieces of art. Someone told me that's all you need for an art show. 5. It's how I like my $1 footlongs, and it's also how many pieces of art will be there. We'll see if we can crank out any more. But you're all invited. It is a free art show. Don't cost nothing. I will be all art. I had some guy already offer me $100 for my drawing of yellowfin tuna. I couldn't fucking believe it. People are nuts. All art will be on sale. If you want to support the artist, nothing makes an artist happier than when someone takes their art home and they appreciate it and enjoy it in their personal lives. I speak for all of us. Hope to see you out. It's the same day as the CD release, the ticket release, Moray Neal release. So if you're coming out, this is just an added bonus. Fish Hat will be there live in person. I don't know if he'll be speaking about himself in the first person. Here we go again, another habit. Steven, you're in timeout. If you don't want me to go again, you can piss up a rope. Yes, I turn and burn. And habit, I assume you mean hobbies. You slobbering drunk. DC Sports Mark says, why does Fish Hat look like Johnny Depp from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Well, thank you so much, DC Sports Mark. It's very kind. I believe you may have made that AI art version of Fish Hat, so thank you to you. Ant-Man already has a bot scooped. You think Ant-Man's already training his bot? Well, you say the joke's on him, Brucey. It's only going to be available at the shop. So, the reason why Steven's wrong, and this isn't just another one of my fakakta hobbies, is because it combines things that I've been passionate about for a very long time. I've always been an ocean person. I've always enjoyed big hats. And I've always dabbled with doing something artistic. I used to draw in high school. And I'm going to show you why Steven N. Gray is wrong. And why I have gratefully put him in a 30-minute timeout, and hopefully he does not come back. Take a look at this fish. Take a look at my fish, friend. I drew this fish yesterday. There are many fish out there like it, but this one is mine. This is a cobia. I did some blending. Huh? Did some shading, suck my dick. It's not a bad fish. You fucking tell me that's a bad looking fish. Is it the best fish? No. Guy Harvey can paint a better fish than I can. But I think for the shootster, that ain't too shabby. Lori says she'd love to have some Fish Hat art. Well, you're in luck, Lori. You're going to have an opportunity. Very excited. If you'd like to check it out, you're more than welcome. I enjoy positive influences in my life, not like Steven N. Gray. Look, you get to see my process. Here's the outline of the cobia. You'd eat this fish, Bruce? I don't. It's paper, pencil. I don't think you want to do that. But yes, this is very exciting. This is the yellow tuna that I drew. This is the fish that started it all. So all of this will be on display August 2nd. Hopefully you come out and you don't mock me and you take this seriously. I shall not be mocked unless it's behind my back. In which case, I understand. I do that a lot myself. Fish Hat on display August 2nd. Come on out. All right, I had one more walk down memory lane. And then after that, we're going to start getting into some unpleasant content. And if you need to leave, I understand. It's not the cut of your jib. I've got a body cam. I'm going to have to take a poll in the chat. I have what I can only describe as one of the most disturbing police body cam videos I've ever seen in my life. I was completely creeped out when I watched it. I had the goose flesh. What do you call it? The shiver bumps. What do you call them? What do normal people call the shit on the fucking your arm when the rock when he points and he walks out to the crowd? Goosebumps. Bumpy Knuckles, DJ Bumpy Knuckles. I'm going to need to know if you're into that sort of thing tonight. It is not lighthearted. It is the opposite. I feel like we've been fairly lighthearted tonight. It's not that. So we're going to ease into some more provocative content with another walk down memory lane. Fish Hat Summer, the best of all epics. Andy, I couldn't agree with you more. It's why you're here and why you're respected. The rest of these goons, they don't understand me like you understand me. I think we've learned that. And because you know me so well, we're going to watch these two gay things enjoying their lives. God, I wish I was as happy as those two gay marsupials. They just seem like they're living the best fucking life possible. I mean, none of us are that happy. Thank you, Andy. Hank Art still with us. $2. Fish Hat is the Grease Man butt-sized for the show. The Grease Man. Is the Grease Man butt-sized for the show? Why would the Grease Man be interested? The Grease Man is, he did drop a video. Maybe we could watch that tonight. I'd love to watch Nino. But no, the Grease Man has no opinion on me whatsoever. Only that he won't take my money to come up and do a live show with me. Because I fucking offered. Thank you, Hank. All right. This was a promo that we did for a concert that we promoted with the Big O and Duke show. It was 10 years ago this summer. 10 years ago this summer. Can you fucking believe that? And we filmed the video to promote it. I think only 1,000 people ever watched it. Didn't sell one ticket. I don't think this show sold out. We were trying to expand our universe and do concerts. That's all I can tell you. The first person that's able to deduce which movie we are parodying in this video earns my credit and my undying affection, and most importantly, my respect.
Pint of the dog stuff, Governor. Doug, come pick us up. And Doug, sharpish.
I don't want a fuss, and I don't want to put a bullet in your face. But unless you do what I want, there will be fucking murder.
I mean, that's a pretty great Cockney accent from Pastry, isn't it? That's not too shabby. Now, let me ask you a question. When you see the setting of this video, do you think to yourself, professional podcast studio? Because I don't. But that was the bunker. And if you went down that hallway, to the right was the studio, to the left was the call screening room, but then there was just another room filled with trash. And not our trash. Oh, Christ. Doug, the intern's in here. Doug used to wear the same Brad Wilkerson fucking jersey to the radio station every day. And I had that legit jersey that was a fucking authentic, and I got one compliment once, and Doug completely spurged out and said, I'm the real Brad Wilkerson fan. Why doesn't anyone ever fucking compliment my shirt? Do you remember that, Doug? I fucking remember it. I think that's drab in the middle, and I think that's foot's not leg with the Miller 64 box on his head. And that's pastry with the melon. I don't know why they have boxes on their heads. I can't remember why. If you recall, it's Tyrone and his buddies in the actual Snatch. They are African American. Well, they're African English. They're black gentlemen. I think we just wanted to do a funny bit and have beer boxes be on people's heads. Do you remember that Miller Lite beer box in the middle? That was right before they started doing the throwback cans. Oh, man. All right, let's, this is some of the finest acting you'll ever see. First of all, look at the Shootster's miraculous fucking mustache there. And by the way, Big Rig is the worst actor I've ever seen in my life. Look at this fucking face. And he only has one beer.
Pint of the dog stuff, governor.
In the movie Snatch, he says pint of the, Bullet Tooth Tony says pint of the black stuff, governor. And at that time, we were getting free beer from Flying Dog. Or was it Dogfish Head? Do you guys remember? Either Flying Dog or Dogfish Head was giving us free beer. So that's why there's one beer, and it's a pint of the dog stuff. Nobody fucking appreciates the level of detail that went into all of this theatricality.
Doug, come pick us up. And Doug.
So he's supposed to duck down because that's what happens in the movie, because the guys walk in with the fucking replica pistols. We should have done another take. Big Rig is not at the top of his form here.
Sharpish.
He's smiling his ass off. Look how much he's smiling just to be in the fucking... And if you see that snowman down there, that snowman is still in the Fortress of Solid Dudes. Those are the Christmas decorations that Sven Lloyd brought out 100 fucking years ago. God damn it.
I don't want a fuss, and I don't want to put a bullet in your face. But unless you do what I want, there will be fucking murders.
What's your name?
Shoot him. Ooh.
Ooh. This has to be the tape that they saw when I got cast in Tapawingo. You don't think they did a deep dive to make sure that your pal was a thespian? They had to. When they saw that ooh, let's just go ahead and get out your steno pads and let's take notes. You guys want to be in a movie? You're going to watch this and you tell me that this isn't how you get booked. This isn't how you get work in this business.
Will be fucking murders.
What's your name?
Listen to that accent. The commitment. You couldn't tell me that I'm not from Liverpool.
Shoot him. Ooh.
It's fucking masterful.
Let go of the gun.
Now, keep in mind, I believe the reason that we did this is because I had recently actually purchased a Desert Eagle .50. I think that's the only reason we did this, is I spent $1,600 on a pistol. I got the Israeli-made version. It didn't work for shit. Stovepiped, failures to eject. It's a fucking mess of a pistol.
You're obviously the big dick. And the man on either side of you are your balls.
Kind of feels like we're taking a swim in Lake Mead tonight, doesn't it?
There's two types of balls in this world. There's big brave balls, and there's little mincy balls.
You know, there's another word in there that I didn't want to say because I thought people might be offended.
These are your last word, so make them a prayer. You know, dicks have drive and clarity of vision, but they're not clever. And they smell pussy and want a piece of the action. And you thought you smelled some good old pussy here. And you brought your two mincy balls along with you. But you got your parties muddled up. But there's no pussy here. Just a dose that'll make you wish you were born a woman. Like a prick. You're having second thoughts. You're shrinking.
It's great acting by the boys there, the shaking of the Nerf guns.
And your little balls are shrinking with...
Oh, Flying Dog. Of course, Drabby's got a... Of course! Drabby's wearing the free Flying Dog shirt. They gave him a free shirt and he wore it the same fucking day. I knew I just had to wait to get my answer. All you got to do is wait to see what free shirt Drab T-shirt's wearing. You got to remember, the Big O and Duke show had a lot of fucking mottos. One of them was sometimes life will slap the shit out of you, which still applies to this day. And the other is, if you give Drab T-shirt a free shirt, the next day he will wear that shirt. An official fucking slug line that always pays dividends. Look at that. And Foots is Tyrone.
And the fact that you've got Nerf written on the side of your guns. The fact that I've got Desert Eagle .50 written on the side of mine. Should precipitate your balls into shrinking along with your presence. Now, buckle.
Watch Snatch tonight, Jack. Look at that lineup. Jam and Java. Fuck, that was 11 years ago. 11 years ago. Piedmont Boys and Shenandoah Alley. What a fucking lineup. Bar at 6, doors at 7. What a show. I think we sold 100 tickets to that. I don't think we made no money. Hey. Matt fucking Lawson, you silly fat bastard. Look at those goddamn cargo shorts. So what's happening here is, in the post-credit sequence, we were trying to film a video. It took roughly 5 minutes, but the bathroom was through that door. Now, you could walk around and go to the bathroom, but it was a quicker walk to go from the bathroom back to the studio if you use that door. So everybody that's interrupting the shot is because they're so goddamn lazy they didn't want to walk around the back of the building. Most dog-based beer is underwhelming. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely underwhelming. Look at this fucking clown.
It's good for B-roll to know why we had to wait so Lawson could take a shit.
So he must have taken a shit before. He must have already been shitting and we didn't know it.
Jesus Christ, come on.
Oh my God, it's Hot Man. Look at this. I tell you what, this guy fucking ages like white. Look at this motherfucker. First of all, the cargo shorts are horrific. I believe that is a Redskins Superman shirt. Hot Man has not changed in 57 fucking years. This is such a time capsule. But hey, both those guys are still with me. Lawson and Hot Man still with me.
Be good for B-roll to know why we had to wait so Lawson could take a shit.
Jesus Christ, come on.
That is a BlackBerry Storm that I have on the counter. That is the BlackBerry Storm. Worst cell phone of all time. Cellular telephone?
These are your last words, so make them a prayer.
Accent. What is that accent doing?
Can't go the fucking time.
I'm sorry. Action. Foots, you were supposed to get out. One thing you have to do.
They smell pussy and want a piece of the action. And you thought you smelled...
Come in.
Shambles. This is Bobby Shambles ruining everything. You think he wasn't out there smoking ganj?
You know, we hurried so that we could get your people back to you. Thank you.
So I think what that was they were recording Rally the Horde afterwards, and I said, we hurried so that we could get your people back to you to get those guys back in there so they could record Rally the Horde. I think that's what that was. What a trip down memory lane. Hot Man looks the same age 15 years ago. I completely agree, Andy. It's nutsy. He's looked the same fucking way the entire time I've known him. God bless him. He got to be 67 years old by now. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. That was back when I was in denial about going bald. Did you remember that video, Lawson? Did you remember fucking taking a giant dump and ruining our shoot? I forgot about that post-credit sequence. Thank you, buddy. Forgot all about that. All right. What do you guys want to get to first? You want to get to... Well, let's do some cave diving. We covered one of these before. It was a great segment. It was a cave called the Eagle's Nest.
This is
down in Florida. And because of that, the algorithm has been absolutely obsessed with delivering me videos of cave divers. May I? Donking off. It's just constant. They're all terrifying. This one, though, is kind of next level, I think is the best way to put it, because it's not some grimy fucking Florida swamp that's difficult to get to. It is a blue, I think they're called blue holes. Is that what they're called? They're out. They have those out in the ocean as well. But it's in the middle of a swimming hole in Texas. I don't want to give away too much, but there are some absolutely horrific deaths. Thanks, Steven. You aren't blocked. I gave you a 30-minute timeout because I don't need you mocking fish head art, Steven. I get enough negativity from all the traditional fish artists out there. All right? I don't expect it to come from within, Brute. All right, I believe the name of this hole is Jacob's Well, and it is in Texas. Tejas, of all places. How could anything bad be in Texas? I have no idea. But let's take a look.
This is Jacob's Well. On the surface, it's just a dark blue opening in a riverbed. People flock to the area to swim and jump in the crystal clear and seemingly harmless water. But in reality, it is the opening to a massive underwater cavern. It's considered to not only be one of the most dangerous in Texas, but one of the most dangerous on Earth. In this video, we're going to go over some of the horrifying incidents that have taken place here. As always, viewer discretion is advised.
So this is a YouTube channel called Scary Interesting. They're definitely a good follow. They have a lot of this shit. And this cave is not as egregious to me because it looks like a nice place to at least hang out.
A newly arrived settler to the area was walking along a creek in Texas, roughly midway between San Antonio and Austin. The man was looking for a spot to construct a water-powered mill, so he was just sort of walking along the bank and scanning the river and bottom and surveying the area. As he walked along, he started to notice an area that was significantly rougher than the rest of the creek. Then, as he made his way over, he realized it was basically like a bubbling cauldron right in the middle of the water. Rather than the flow of water over rocks creating normal rapids, this seemed to be coming straight up out of the river and bubbling as much as 6 feet high into the air. The man didn't know it at the time, but he'd just discovered the outflow of something known as a karst spring, and this one was later named Jacob's Well. In this area of Texas, there is a large underground aquifer known as the Trinity Aquifer, which supplied Jacob's Well with as much as 640 liters of water per second. This flow was also moving fast enough at the time of its discovery that it created an upside-down waterfall on the surface that shot several feet into the air.
That sounds beautiful. And again, I don't have as much anger about this particular set of circumstances for cave divers because, as you're going to see, it's beautiful. Like, it would make sense that you want to strap on scuba diving gear and go exploring because it's not in a mosquito-ridden, water moccasin-laden cesspool in the middle of fucking Central Florida. Like, that's the part of it that makes no sense to me. It's like, let's make this arduous journey to get to this place where we have a very high chance of dying. This seems to actually make sense why people initially were drawn to this place, and why they decided they wanted to start exploring it.
But where the jets originate, though, the riverbed abruptly drops vertically into a deep blue abyss compared to the surrounding water. This is not unlike a blue hole that you'd see in the ocean, just on a smaller scale. And this hole in the riverbed, that is Jacob's Well, is about 12 feet or 4 meters in diameter. If you stand at the edge of the well, you might be standing in just ankle-deep water, depending on the depth of the river at the time, but the bottom of the vertical opening is almost not visible down below. Like a blue hole as well, the limestone rock was slowly eroded by the outflow of water and created a large underground cave. The section that's visible in the riverbed is only a small fraction of its true size, and at first, this cave wasn't really known about because the flow of water actually made it too difficult to swim down and explore Jacob's Well. As the current slowed, divers and scuba divers were finally able to get into the water and start to explore the freshwater blue hole. For the most...
Who's the first person that does that, by the way? I used the example last time. It's like I never understand who the first person is that cracks open a oyster and slurps it down. Like, oh, like these otters are enjoying this, so I probably will like it too. Like, how do you get past the fact that it looks like a half shell filled with snot? How do you get past that and say, I'm going to shoot this down? Like, who first put on the fucking scuba diving gear and said, oh, there's a massive sinkhole in the middle of this creek in Texas. I got to get down there and see what's doing. I want to talk to that person and interview them here on this show after Mike O'Mara comes on Solid Dudes.
Part, people from the area come to swim in the river and cliff jump from the edge, but as there always are, some people just can't help themselves and need to see what's down below.
I'd like to.
Over the years, as a result of some of these dives ending tragically, Jacob's Well has developed a reputation for not only one of the deadliest dive sites in Texas, but also in the entire world.
The fact that that makes it more desirable to people, that's where the brain chemistry that these motherfuckers have and what most of us that just want to fucking be able to have a couple of beers and maybe hit happy hour. Like, how much are you fucking taking your life for granted if you find out that the cave is killing people left and right, and it makes you want to check it out even more? DC Sports Mark, $4.99. Thank you, buddy. Does Fish Hat's identity still remain a mystery like Banksy? Only to normies. Only to normies. All of you, you can know my true identity. I have no problem. You're like my Vicky Vale. I bang you back at Wayne Manor. I tell you who's under the mask. Michelle Pfeiffer in the skin tight leather. I think he told her too. Oh, the kiss, but a kiss can be even deadlier if you eat it. At the masquerade ball, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Felicia, what's her name? Felicia Hart. What's Catwoman's name again? Cat lady. Selena Kyle. Fuck off. I need no one's help. Holy shit! I didn't even know he was here. I thought he was at karaoke. Totally discombobulated tonight. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. I haven't been right ever since Shoot caught me shoplifting at Commonwealth Dry Goods earlier this afternoon. I 100% caught Mike Sleep shoplifting at Commonwealth Dry Goods earlier. That is a shoot of a shoot. But you know why it doesn't matter?
I just, you know,
because he donated $100 super chat. That's why. And now he becomes a part of the Fun Boys. You guys got your big old fucking Pringles cans in your G-strings? Huh? You got your pool surrounded by dancing go-go girls? I hope so. Because it's time. It's time. It's Vader time for a good old-fashioned Iron Mike hump off. I mean, how could you not? Mike, thank you so much. You did try to steal grape candies from Commonwealth Dry Goods earlier. Also, Mike bounced a check to the Chaddukes show. We will cover it next week on the show. Not only did Mike try to shoplift, he did shoplift. I caught him. I caught him shoplifting at Commonwealth Dry Goods today. He also bounced a check and then showed, I'm not even going to tell you how it was resolved. I mean, it is wild. Mike is on a roll, the likes of which I have never personally been a witness to. That's right, Mike. This is true. He has bounced 2 checks now. I always thought Mike was living a good life. I thought Mike was doing well for himself. He might be living above his means. He might be lying to us all. He might be lying to himself. Mike's got a big house, nice truck, kids in college. Like, this man earns a good living. Fuck all. I mean, it ain't free to advertise on my show, but it can't be his biggest expense of the week. Bruce says, I can't even remember the last time I used to check. How about the last time you bounced 2 of them to me, Blackout Bruce? You may have shaved a fucking disc golf score every once in a while, but you ain't never bounced a check to me and then turned around and bounced another check to me. And then when I said, hey, Mike, why don't you get rid of that fucking checkbook that you keep bouncing checks to me? And then he didn't do it. He still hasn't done it. Oh, yeah, I should do that, Dukes. Kevin Smith says, isn't that the second time this week he tried shoplifting? No. See, Kevin, you've got it wrong. It's the second time he got caught shoplifting this week. The second time he got caught shoplifting. Mike on Solid Dudes would be the other epic. Well, I mean, he was on a couple weeks ago. He did a great job. But Mike was on twice this week on the Chaddukes show. And also, I thought he's supposed to be out. Mike's a faker. Mike told me he was going to meet me up at the bar last night for drinks. He faked. His wife is out of town. He's got no excuse. I love Mike. Mike loves the show. But he ain't honest with me. He's not upfront. He thinks he's going to go home and I'm not going to realize that he was supposed to show up someplace. Thank you, Andy and Petra Schonert. I imagine it was just Andy this time around. I think it's possible. All right, Mike, we're watching this cave video, so I'm going to need, this one's in Texas, so I'm going to need your insightful commentary if you don't mind.
In early September of 1979, a group of friends planned to camp out one evening and complete a night dive of the well. Since they intended to explore the cave itself, it didn't really matter if it was light or dark out, and at least at nighttime they'd be free of any swimmers to disturb them. So at around midnight on the 9th, the group entered the water and made their way down to the bottom of the first chamber at around 25 feet. In their group were 2 friends, Kent and Mark, who were both experienced and had dived Jacob's well.
Anybody want to take a bet on whether or not Kent and Mark make it out of the first and second chamber? First of all, let me be very clear. As soon as there's more than one chamber, I'm good. I'm good with the first chamber. As a matter of fact, I'm good with no chambers. I'm good with going on YouTube and searching dive videos to see if anybody made it down to the bottom of this motherfucker. So I can just, live off the secondhand smoke. Wait till you hear about the 5th and 6th chamber. This is Wu-Tang-like. Wait till you think this plan stinks now, Jason? You think this sounds like a terrible plan now? Wait till we get cranking on Jacob's well.
Before, for some time, Kent had been thinking about the true depths of the cave.
Yeah, why not?
You see, Jacob's well is actually composed of a series of descending rooms or chambers that get progressively smaller the deeper you go.
That's what you want, right? The more and more you go down, the smaller and more cramped and claustrophobic it gets. That's the best way to handle any situation. Jesus, titty.
From the first chamber at 25 feet deep, there is a small corridor to the west, which connects to a second, larger chamber. This descends vertically again to a depth of 55 feet, and then at the bottom is a third horizontal chamber.
Awesome.
This room descends diagonally once again to around 75 feet, and this is where it gets challenging. Separating the 3rd and 4th chambers is just a narrow opening that you actually have to remove your tanks to get through.
You have to remove your air tanks to get through to the 4th chamber. Call me a stick in the mud. Call me a curmudgeon. But let's say I am Carrie Cave Diver. The line I draw is, all right, now we get to the portion of the cave dive where you take your water tanks off. Your oxygen tanks, rather. Nope. Think I'll go watch Mediocre Superman again. Let me just go pay another $27 to watch Superman get his ass kicked for 2 straight hours. Holy shit. I'll get back to this. But for those of you that subscribe to the Chaddukes show, you know that this week I tried to talk about the Superman movie, but I was actually in a room with 5 other people, and none of them saw it. One of them makes movies. A lot of nerdy dudes. Dudes with Heavenly Blade sideshow collectibles. Ain't nobody thought, maybe, just maybe, I host a show with Dukes every week. He might want to talk about Superman. I didn't want to see Superman. I'm out of that world. But it's important. It's a big pop culture event. I wanted to be informed. Sit in a room with 6 motherfuckers, not one of them. What's Jim Jester got to do? Ain't none of them saw Superman. I saw Superman. Did you guys see Superman? How much can I talk about? Can I talk about the direction that James Gunn decided to go, where he completely shit on the origin story? Look, man, one of my favorite movies is The Shining, and if you read the book The Shining, there's a lot of differences. I'm with you, Bruce. Let's get Mike on some Adderall. He needs to focus. This man's walking around forgetting that he's shoplifting. If you believe that he's forgetting that he's shoplifting, I'm not sure I'm buying that yet. That's true. He's changing diapers, Josh. You're right that about Jester. But Christ, when can I fucking give you my thoughts on Superman? Because I got a bunch. I got a lot of thoughts on Superman. By the way, they're jizzing in their pants to pretend like this movie's going to make $1 billion. I got news for you. It ain't. I bet it ends up with what Man of Steel ends up with. I bet it does. And they're already just victory lap after victory lap. I think the jury's way still out about this film. And I think that if you care about the character of Superman, I don't know how you can be satisfied with this movie. I don't care that much. I'm a very, very casual Superman fan. But holy shit, talk about creative license. All right, let's watch these fucking hippies die a horrible death.
At the time, Kent had heard conflicting accounts of what was beyond this small
Grab his buddy,
opening.
Kent.
Some people said it was just a dead end, and others said it opened up to another large chamber. He also knew that at least 4 divers hadn't returned after trying to explore this section, but Kent was just one of those guys, and the promise of a potentially large chamber was too enticing. So Kent and Mark made their way down into the 3rd chamber, and not far behind them was another man named Joe. Eventually...
Oh, hello there, Dukes. I didn't really like Top Gun Maverick, and I made all that up, and I don't really like soup, but you're the big phony. Now I'm going to go cave diving with these other 2 hippie assholes.
Joe could see that off in front of him, Kent
Oh, hello there. My name is Joe.
and Mark were inspecting the small opening to the 4th chamber, and without hesitation and to Joe's horror, they started pulling their tanks off and backing into the opening.
Oh, to Joe's horror, we were going to actually go out and do something at a bar with people around. Oh, God, I can't stand it.
Even crazier, they didn't have backup lights or a safety line, and it wasn't even clear what their plan was because no one had discussed doing this. It's not even clear if this had been Kent's plan all along, or if he'd made the decision. They didn't have backup lights or a small opening to the 4th chamber. Without hesitation and to Joe's horror, they started pulling their tanks off and backing into the opening.
Pulling their tanks off and backing into the opening. That's going to be a no for me, dog. It's a bold plan, Cotton. How's Joe the only smart one? First time anyone's ever said that. Second, I see motherfuckers pulling their tanks off and backing into a crevasse, I'm outie. Deuces. I'll catch you up fucking top sail, white man. Catch me topside. Maybe Kent shouldn't have led this mission. Yeah, I don't think Kent is the one that we want calling the shots. Kent doesn't sound like a shot caller to me.
Even crazier, they didn't have backup lights or a safety line, and it wasn't even clear what their plan was because no one had discussed doing this.
Is it in poor taste to say you deserve to die? Like, I'm not glad they're dead. So let's recap real quick here because they're all over the place. You guys keep talking about Superman. You're talking about Iron Mike Sleep needing a silver alert. These guys dive into the cave. They know that 4 people have died trying to access chamber 4. They don't have ropes. They don't have lights. They haven't discussed it beforehand. And 2 of the clowns, led by Kent, start pulling tanks and backing in. Beep, beep, beep. And the only person smart enough to not do this is Smoky Mountain Joe. Get fucked. Iron Mike says, this is secretly worse than going to your friend's store and trying to steal candy. Yeah, I mean, both of them are extremely ill fucking planned. But at least you didn't die, because what am I going to do? I got to try to see if you'll write me a check that doesn't bounce. These guys are playing with their lives. I'm just playing with a gentleman that clearly has early onset Alzheimer's. Seriously, Mike, get that shit checked. Get your shit checked.
It's not even clear if this had been Kent's plan all along, or if he'd made the decision impulsively after seeing the squeeze. Either way, by the time Joe made his way over, all he saw was Mark's light disappearing into the darkness. Joe quickly flashed his light back and forth to signal them, but Mark didn't even look up before he was out of view.
Oh.
Sitting there stunned, Joe knew that both of them were wearing steel tanks that had less air capacity than the aluminum one he was wearing. They were also traveling deeper in, meaning that the rate that they'd be consuming air would be quicker. And so soon enough, he checked his gauges and realized that if he was low on air, their situation would be much, much worse. In a last effort, he banged on his tanks with the back of his dive knife to try to signal them, and then, before he was too low on air, he grabbed his light and dropped it into the narrow opening to the 4th chamber, hoping that it would help them find their way back. With that, he turned around and made his way to the surface, not knowing whether they were alive or dead.
No, he did know it because they're dead. If he's running out of air, they're already out of air. This is the part of these that I always love. It's like nobody's getting rescued. This isn't like in Cliffhanger when fucking Michael Rooker pulls his ankle and they got to send Sly Stallone up to the top of that mountain. Now, eventually he drops everybody and kills them all. But at least if you're climbing a mountain, it's like, all right, a rescue mission. There they are on the side of the mountain. There's no fucking rescue mission when this shit happens in a cave under the water. Matthew Gross, thank you so much for ordering off of CommonwealthDryGoods.com. Picked himself up some delicious Troyer jalapeno cheddar smoked summer sausage and a Chaddukesshow sticker pack. You are a gentleman and the best listener we have in Arkansas. I'm a big fan. Tapawingo did really well at the, the Driftwood Music Festival? The fucking music and movie facial festival of Little Rock. I went to a movie festival in Arkansas for Tapawingo, and we were by far the biggest fucking movie, and nobody had any questions for me. That's when I decided to stop going to these things. Nobody ever has any questions for the Shoodster. All right. Mike investing in the show with money he saved from stealing from Commonwealth Dry goes, I don't know, DC Sports Mark. I don't know. The problem is I don't know how much he shoplifted from me. I mean, it was wild. I don't have time to tell the whole story here, but it's at least possible. It's not just a conspiracy theory. Jason wants to know why they're all figuring this out as they're in Chamber 4. It's a great fucking question. I asked myself the same thing when I watched this.
This was unfortunately made clear to him as he sat on the water's edge, pulling off his gear. When
Don't
the water
go there.
turned a deep
Heard her
murky
say,
brown.
you can't stomach what you're gonna see. Chamber 4 on the water's edge. Kent is a dumbass with steel air tanks and he's dead. Burn on down, burn on down, burn on down, burn on down. Ain't no scuba dive, and Joe's the only smart one. I can't stomach what they're gonna see. I can't down to the water's edge. Mike's stealing from my small business. Sorry, I got out of control real quick. You got to be careful when you hit me with that. Was that Days of the New? Who is that? 7 Mary 3? Too heavy, too white, too black, or too white, too wrong, or too right. Here tonight, homebirds. Oh, she want me a little hell more. Mike's stealing groceries from Ingles. Oh, yeah.
This meant that either they were panicked and kicking up massive amounts of silt, or there had been a cave-in or a gravel slide. Either way, Joe was pretty sure that Kent and Mark wouldn't be coming back.
They're donked off.
Several hours later, rescuers were on the scene and preparing to perform a body recovery.
I'm sure they're rescuers. Stop calling them that. They're garbage men. It's Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen. What's that trash man? Is it Men at Work? What's the trash man movie? Help me. Slider's in the building and he's got the calzone. $4.99. Thank you, bud. If you fall into a lake and drown, it's tragic. If you knowingly dive to a location where multiple people have died ill-prepared, you're fair game. Indeed. Indeed. Fuck. I mean, how sorry should we? The only reason why you feel sorry is because you could put yourself in a situation if you're wedged underground in a landslide. It would just be, I mean, you can't think of a worse way to die. You'd rather be mauled to death by panthers. You'd rather have scorpions eat your body. I'm going to throw up.
Even by the time they'd arrived, the remaining group members had been in and out of the water, searching desperately for the two men. And by then, they were all exhausted and in shock, and they still hadn't seen any sign of Kent or Mark. As the recovery team stood at the water's edge, they contemplated going in right away or waiting until morning.
Don't go there.
From what they were told by Joe and the others, it didn't seem like it would be that difficult to rescue, and it would be dark in the cave whether it was morning or night. But the man in charge of the rescue, Don Dibble, was still unsure of the condition.
You ain't going to believe what happens to Don Dibble. Not Ron Dibble. Don Dibble is a mensch, but he also is, like all of these motherfuckers, completely misguided. You're not going to believe what happens to Don Dibble and then what he does after it happens to him. Where's DC Sports Mark? DC Sports Mark, take all this nervous autistic energy that you have, right? And book Don Dibble on the show. I need to speak to him. I think this was in the 70s. Hopefully he's still with us. He's in Texas. He's a cave diver. There can't be that many Don Dibbles that, answer to that description. But I've got to talk to Don Dibble and ask him how he goes about his life. This is too much. Listen. So this guy's in charge of the rescue. Let's listen to how far he goes.
So we sent down 2 divers to assess and see if they could even locate the bodies. What they found was that not only could they not find them, but that the opening to the 4th chamber was almost completely closed off by gravel. They eventually returned to the surface and told Don about how bad it was, and that's when he made the decision to wait until the following day to have a bigger crew and better equipment.
Wow. Wow. It's almost like he doesn't have an absolute and utter death wish. Until, hey, DC Sports Mark. Okay, let me call his agent. You got nothing but time. I say something on the show. You got 13 AI fucking... What I'm telling you is see if he's got an agent. You know the internet. Get me a fucking contact for this gentleman. I think you can do it. I think you need to apply yourself. Diver Don. Just look up Diver Don. He's got to have a MySpace. At least a Friendster.
At around 10 a.m., they were back on the scene with a full team, and pretty quickly, divers were in the water with trowels, attempting to clear some of the gravel and widen the opening. Unfortunately, this seemed to do almost the exact opposite. With every push, more gravel seemed to slide in and take the...
I love you guys to death. I love everybody in this chat. There's 118 people watching, which is embarrassing for most streamers. For me, I'm very satisfied with it. I'm so glad you're here with me on a Friday night. I love all of you. Not one of you is getting me to go down into Chamber 4 with trowels if your dumb ass decided to go into Chamber 4 with no guidelines and no lights and iron tanks, putting everybody's life at risk. Now everybody's life is at risk. Not even to save you, because that ship is sailed. We ain't saving nobody. We're going to drag your dead ass out of this fucking cave. Sorry, friendo. My life ain't worth much, but it's worth more than that. And don't none of you come after me, too, if you see me do some dumbass shit like this. Where's Dukes? Well, he jumped into the polar bear fucking paddock at the National Zoo, and he tried to ride one of them around like fucking Mario did to Yoshi. What happened? Well, we don't know. We're putting together a search party. No, we ain't. No, we ain't. Some behavior cannot be forgiven.
Place Vanny pushed away. After several hours of little progress, Don decided to go down for himself and see if he had any better ideas. On his way down, he dropped a spare tank at the bottom of the first chamber, then at 75 feet at the bottom of the third, while also running a safety line the entire way. Then, as he swam horizontally across the third chamber...
This is Don. Don's going about this the right way. Are you listening? Don's trying his best. He's got a line. He's dropping safety tanks. He's crossing the I's and dotting the T's. Remember that. Remember that when you hear what happens to this motherfucker.
He and the other diver he was with scanned the ceiling in case the bodies had floated upward. Finally, they made it to the entrance.
They scanned the ceiling and they saw Lionel Richie up there.
Fourth chamber, which was in fact covered by a large pile of gravel. He then checked his pressure gauge and saw that he had about 10 minutes of air left, so he decided to see if he could take a look into the fourth chamber and see anything. He then grabbed his safety line and held onto it as he sort of wedged his head and shoulders into the crevice.
That's going to be a no for me, dog. No wedging of heads into the crevice. No one's getting wedged. The only wedge that I'm interested in is a nice wedge of Munster. Oh, get me some Munster cheese. I'll take a little prosciutto, maybe a little pepperoni. I'll even take a turkey pepperoni. A little rosemary Triscuit, fire roasted tomato. Give me a swipe of that fucking stone ground mustard. That is the only wedge I'm interested in. Or the wedge by Fish. It's a pretty good song.
Unfortunately, he couldn't really see much other than the occasional piece of gravel kicked up by the water currents.
I'm building you a pyramid with limestone blocks so large I dragged them from the mountaintops. You need a 2-car garage, 'cause it's the ocean flowing in our veins. Ooh, 'cause it's the salt that's in our tears. Ooh, 'cause we could have come so very far. Ooh, for at least as many years. Sing it, everybody. Take the highway to the great divide. See how much fun that is? I don't need to wedge my head into chamber 4. I just sing a little Fish for a couple of dozen of my closest friends. That's it. My friend, he's got a knife, but not a trowel to dig me out of a hole in the middle of a fucking river in Texas. Thank you.
And right as he realized what he was seeing, he had a split second of panic as he realized that the current and his body could dislodge this large mass of gravel. And basically right as the thought went through his head, his torso and arms were pinned in place. In just a second, the entire area was completely silted out, and his arms were so stuck that he couldn't grab his safety line.
I will never be anywhere. Write this down, please. Someone write it down. Tweet it to me. I will never be anywhere that can be silted out. Never. If there is any type of a risk of a silt out, the Shootster's going to be at home with his feet up. Holy Toledo.
He also couldn't signal to the diver who'd come in with him, nor could the other diver see in all of the silt. Don, being the expert that he was able to stay calm, but he could feel his breathing rate increase as he exerted more and more energy trying to free his body from the gravel.
Yeah.
Then, horrifyingly, he took a breath and no air came through his regulator. He pulled again and nothing, and then water started to enter his mouth.
Keep in mind, this is the guy that was sent down to recover the bodies of Kent and Jerkface. He's not even rescuing anybody that's alive. He has now risked his life and pulled the last breath out of his regulator. Mount up. For nothing. For fuck all. I mean, do you have a wife, bro? You got kids? You got anybody that cares about you in this world? You think you're better suited providing for your family, paying taxes, being a law-abiding member of a community, or whatever this big hard dick moment that you have here. I'm going to be the one that drags these corpses out of this underground chamber. What led you to this? I guarantee that there are people that fuck around and act like this shit is heroic. It's completely manufactured. You know it's heroic? Going through chemotherapy, beating cancer, pulling your fucking kids and pets out of a fire. Can you fucking imagine? I mean, I would, if I was this dude's girlfriend, I think that's it. I'm not impressed by this. You don't value life. You put other people in danger. Now that guy, let's say he gets pinned under the fucking gravel just like the first two dickheads. Now another team has to go down there. Now there's more lives at risk. Do you realize how selfish and masturbatory this whole thing is? It's wild. And you can't convince anybody anything but. Did I say that right? I've only had 4 Narragansetts.
The sudden realization of what was happening caused him to spasm involuntarily, and this was so violent that it freed his arms, and then a split second later, he was met with a regulator being shoved into his mouth by the other diver. He immediately inhaled almost as violently, and in doing so, swallowed about half the large breath he took.
Thank God there was somebody else responsible with him, so that when he sparked out, I mean, the only thing that rescued this guy is the fact that he convulsed from not having oxygen. And I don't know a lot about scuba diving, but something tells me taking a massive fucking hit off of that O2 is not what's best for business. But I could be wrong.
This was another huge mistake. That breath was taken under the massive pressure almost 100 feet into the water. So as the two made their way to the surface, the air in his stomach expanded and expanded until his stomach was the size of a basketball.
Mine.
He tried to burp to get the air out, but nothing came out. And then by the time they finally surfaced, he screamed out in pain. Don was rushed to the hospital and then immediately into surgery.
He screamed out in pain. What happened? Did he hear Wesley the Barber's take on Cookout?
But in just the few-minute trip to the surface, the air had expanded so much it ruptured his stomach. It would take several weeks in the hospital.
Ruptured his stomach actually opened up for Disturbed the last time I saw them at First Mariner Arena. It was fucking dope, so let's not be quick to judge. Banana Filth is in the building. Second best filth they have, only to Coconut Filth. $20 super chat. You won't send a $20 super chat, you silly goose. Love me as $20 super chat. I'm ready to believe that.
Estamos listos a creerte.
Cave dive in Death Cave or watch others do it while I consume and the biggest bowl of banana filth. You know which one I'm going to choose, banana filth. Thank you for being here and making sense. Common sense. That's what banana filth is known for. Thank you, brother. Andy and Petra, always so generous. $9.99. What is the end game with this shit? Are they searching for... See, that's the thing. If they were searching for trilobite fossils, at least that's something that you can somewhat understand. There's a goal. This is clout chasing. This is clout chasing. This is... They want to go on their cave diving forum and say that they went down... This guy... Look. Don was trying to rescue the other two assholes. He's technically trying to do something good. He's recovering bodies. But he's as stupid as they are, honestly. None of this is worth risking your life. And now that we have drones, and now that we have underwater submersibles, they found the Endurance. It wasn't a fucking diver that found the Endurance. It was a robot. Send a robot down at the bottom of this motherfucker. Now, maybe your argument is, Dukes, your life isn't worth double cheeseburgers either. I'm getting a few more years out of it. It's going to take lots of double cheeseburgers. They'll do the job. But it only takes 1/4 chamber. Fuck me. Thank you, Andy. Who's the leader of who's on the leaderboard, by the way? Who's number 1? Somebody check the fucking power rankings. Banana Filth, $2. Wedged in Gravel. Great crunch band name. Yes, great minds. Completely agree. Any trout in the cave? Oh, that's a really good question. Actually, I think I can rewind and find out.
We don't sell no goddamn trout.
I wonder if there's any... You think there's any medium well steaks in the cave, Jason from CT?
Steaks cooked medium rare.
Can I get my steak cooked
That wasn't no question.
Stick alert. All right, let's see what happens to Dandy Don Meredith. It don't look good from what we're looking at here. It don't look good.
Don was rushed to the hospital and then immediately into surgery, but in just the few-minute trip to the surface, the air had expanded so much it ruptured his stomach. It would take several weeks in the hospital before he finally recovered, but thankfully he would fully recover.
Several weeks in the hospital with a ruptured stomach. I mean, list the ailments you would rather have before you get to ruptured stomach. I'm going to go ahead with cactus in the ass and lemon zest in the pee hole. I would rather have lemon and lime zest in the pee hole than a ruptured stomach. Holler if you hear me.
In the meantime, while Don was in the hospital, another local diver took over the rescue, who'd been involved in several other rescues and had sort of acted as the landlord of Jacob's Well for a period of time.
Then why hasn't he fucking barricaded the entrance? Why hasn't he taken 2x4s and nailed them over the entrance like Bugs Bunny did?
The first thing he did was head down to the last place Don had been to get a better look at the situation. He would end up finding Don's light in the area that Don had gotten stuck and realized that the only way to get into the fourth chamber would be to remove all of the gravel. 2 days later, a bunch of equipment was brought in, including a recompression chamber, a large vacuum, and a series of ropes.
And if you guys watch that, what is that, Blind Frog Ranch show, this is the exact same thing that happened there. If you have to take a giant vacuum down underwater to clear the passage you want to go through, figure out something else. Make scented candles. Call Pete from Shining Soul.
Soon enough, a large hose was snaked down to the gravel pile, and the removal process began. The hose took care of the smaller debris, while divers placed larger rocks into bags and pulled them up by a rope to the surface. As with before, this was not an easy task. Much of the gravel was replaced basically as it was pulled out, and what was initially expected to be a one-day job quickly turned into a full-week operation. And by the end of the week, tensions had started to rise between city officials and the dive company.
You think?
Over the cost of the operation. In just that week's time, it got so bad that rescue operations were eventually halted. A diver with a camera was then sent down to see the progress that had been made and if the fourth chamber was accessible. When the tape was played back initially, it seemed like after all the effort, they still had nothing, but then they noticed a concentration of fish in a specific spot during one of the frames. After watching it back several times, they were able to make out a tank valve and a regulator, which they thought belonged to either Kent or Mark.
Fuck Kent or Mark at this point. I'm sorry, dog.
But despite locating them, the issues between the dive company and the city were irreconcilable, and 12 days after their fateful dive, the search was called off.
Can you fucking imagine, like, Texas is wild. So in California, during COVID, right, like, they're filling in skate parks with sand. They're arresting people out on the beach. Nuts. It isn't political to say that California is filled with a bunch of fucking crazy people, right? Probably brought on by the fact they have the big giant orb in the sky and beautiful beaches everywhere. So it's like, fuck off. We can be as crazy as you want. You want to live here. Texas is the opposite of that. Fill that fucking hole. Get a cement mixer out there. You know, get that foam from Demolition Man that covers up the, who do you think it is, Huxley? Like, get that shit. Pfft. The Fix-A-Flat can. Get the world's biggest Fix-A-Flat can, stick it down in that hole. Why are we still trying to drag the corpses out? I'm sorry, ma'am. I know you'd like something to bury, but Kent and Mark are idiots. There's nothing we can do about how stupid, God bless them, your kids are. I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up just thinking about it. I'm going to vomit right here in front of you guys.
Several months later, Don was recovered and anxious to get back into Jacob's Well, but not for recreation.
Of course he was. Don was recovered from his stomach explosion, and he had to get back in there. I got to get out on that dance floor. Can you fucking imagine? I got to get back in the ring with Alexander Volkanovski. Israel Adesanya broke my fucking shin in half, caved my jaw in and punctured a lung. I got to get back in that octagon with him. Don, maybe it's time to go put it in an application at Publix. H-E-B, what's the fucking grocery store that Texas has? Buc-ee's, they're hiring. You could make 6 figures as a manager of a Buc-ee's, Don.
Make sure that no one else could end up like Kent or Mark. First, he had bags of concrete lowered into the cave, and then over the course of several hours, built a wall over the entrance to the fourth chamber. The wall had a metal grate running through it, which would allow water to continue to flow, but it would ultimately seal the bodies inside. Incredibly, this wasn't a deterrent at all.
Now, what you're going to hear next is going to make you lose faith in humanity. So Don has had an epiphany, and he's trying to do the right thing. His stomach exploded. He was pinned underneath a gravel fucking landslide. He almost lost his life multiple times trying to drag these divers out of this hole. So what does he do? He goes down there with a grate and an arc welder, acetylene torch, I imagine. And he tries to make it so nobody else can die in there, because when you go into that chamber, you're not just risking your own life, you're risking the lives of everybody that's got to pull your dumb ass out of it. The trauma that these guys go through. He's trying to do the right thing. I would argue, walk the fuck away. I would argue you've done enough. You sacrificed living tissue inside of your own body. I would argue that's enough. But he puts a grate up. And as we're hearing, it's not a deterrent at all for the individuals motivated to explore such areas.
The wall had a metal grate running through it, which would allow water to continue to flow, but it would ultimately seal the bodies inside. Incredibly, this wasn't a deterrent at all. Just another few months after that, the gate was gone and a note was placed in its place that read, "You can't keep us out."
You know who can? The Grim fucking Reaper. You know who can keep you out, asshole? Davy Jones. I'm trying to do you a favor. You don't like the taste of my mutton? You are neither lukewarm nor hot nor warm, so because you are lukewarm, I spew you out. I hope Don festoons his bedchamber with their entrails.
And so, as you might imagine, with the gate removed, divers continued to explore Jacob's Well and would continue to push the limits of the deeper sections. 4 years after the deaths of Kent and Mark, and 3 years after the gate was installed, 2 members of an advanced diving class held at Texas State University were at the water's edge pulling on their wetsuits.
Don't go there.
These 2 guys, Richard and Clark, were well on their way to becoming instructor certified and wanted to complete a dive that was more challenging than open water conditions. Like others before them, they made their way through the first 2 chambers and then across the third and up to the squeeze where the gate had previously been installed. Now, it's not clear if divers had removed the gravel or if the water flowing through the cave had managed to clear it, but either way, by the time Richard and Clark were diving that day, the crevice was widened enough for them to enter. So, the 2 of them pulled off their
I know, right, Jason? It's literally Dick Clark.
air tanks and began shimmying backward through the narrow crevice. Richard went through first, and then Clark was going through afterwards, and his tanks got snagged on some rocks. He twisted and pulled, but eventually he had to let them go to join Richard on the other side.
He had to let his tanks go while he was underwater.
When Clark came through without his tank, Richard immediately handed him his regulator, and then the 2 of them started buddy breathing. Unfortunately, this meant that this was basically the official end of their dive.
I'd rather start buddy fucking than buddy breathing.
They couldn't really do much exploring if they were buddy breathing, and it was just much safer to come back at a different time when they both had tanks. So they both squeezed their way back through the opening and started making their way horizontal.
So let's ask a question here. Do we think Dick and Clark both make it back alive? Do you think we're hearing this story because everything turned out fine and dandy for these gentlemen? Banana Phil, $5. Thank you so much. Were the fish eating the bodies they were trying to retrieve? Well, can there be fish in there? This cave is in an aquifer? I mean, I don't know. Did you see any fish? I didn't. It's probably just trash. I don't know what goes down there. I just wish they would have called it what it was. It's not a rescue mission. It's a retrieval mission. So at least we know that nobody's being rescued. I mean, mentally, it probably people approach the task with more of a sense of urgency if they think there's a chance you can rescue the person. And newsflash, there ain't.
Across the 3rd chamber, passing the regulator back and forth as they swam. Then they entered the 2nd chamber, and here's where they made a huge mistake. Another thing about Jacob's Well that makes it so dangerous is that, like other limestone caves, there are tunnels and passages that snake off from the main chambers. That's why it's crucial to use a safety line to ensure you know the way back. In particular, in the second chamber, as you ascend toward the exit, there are two passages that look very similar. One of these takes you directly to the first chamber and then out, and the other is something known as a false chimney. It ascends almost exactly like the second chamber, but instead of exiting, you hit a roof instead. So as Richard and Clark quickly swam to the surface, sharing the air tank, they accidentally swam into that false chimney.
No, my false chimney, by the way, opening for Smile Empty Soul at Celebrate Fairfax.
Soon enough, they were butting up against the ceiling of the passage, wondering where the exit was. And as they felt around for an exit, not realizing what they had done, and like Don Dibble a few years prior,
hey, DC Sports Mark, have you booked Don Dibble on the show yet?
all of a sudden, pulling air through the regulator felt like pulling air through a straw.
Oh my God.
Horrifyingly, their only air tank had just run out, still several dozen feet from the surface.
Can you imagine?
Without thinking, Clark just started swimming hard back in the direction they came from, around the bend, into the second chamber, into the first chamber, and then his head shot up through the surface as he gasped for air. Then he spun around and looked back and forth and realized that Richard wasn't with him.
Probably Richard was hiding from his feelings, if I had to fucking speculate.
He sat on the surface, waiting desperately and looking into the water, but within a few minutes, he knew it was too late. Richard's body was later recovered from inside the false chimney by Don Dibble.
Don fucking Dibble. Again, Don Dibble's got to go in and haul a motherfucker out. They're leaving him notes in the broken gate that he installed. You can't keep us out. You're right. I'll find you in the false chimney and drag your dead ass up to the fucking surface.
Even say that this recovery was particularly emotional for him because the two of them were students of the advanced diving class he taught. In class, he always emphasized that cave diving and open water diving are different, and this was a perfect example of why that was the case.
I'll say it was. Well, Dick and I were buddy breathing. We hit a false chimney and started butting up. Yeah, I mean, this could read a completely different way than how they intended it to come off.
But again, despite the numerous tragedies that had taken place at the well, divers continued to dive deeper and push the limits of what was possible.
Why not?
And a select few individuals would actually make it beyond the legendary fourth chamber.
What happened when they do? Does Kylie Strutt start fitty tucking them? Like down there, you're not going to believe this. In the fourth chamber, hold on. I got the reason why you need to get down there. Like, I know all these people have died and fucking, what's his name? Dick Donner's going to have to drag our corpses out. But down in that fourth chamber, Kylie Strutt is fitty tucking guys. So all you got to do is take your tanks off, push them up in front of you, and then get your hog out of your wetsuit because Kylie Strutt's down there and she'll fitty tuck you. I mean, maybe that would make sense. That's the only thing that I could buy. Hold on. I'm going to find her right now. You guys aren't going to believe this. Maybe if she was down there. All I can think of is that she's at the bottom of that motherfucker. And if that's the case, then okay. At least there's a part of this that makes sense to me. Let's see if I can find. There's one picture in particular I'd like to show you. Okay. So I'll ask you this question. This changes it up a little bit because, we're throwing a lot of fucking shade here. But let's just say, as a devil's advocate, that at the bottom, God damn it, the problem is every place that she's got a picture is a porn site. Oh, I think I found one here. All right, hold on. All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves. They really don't like you showing pornography on YouTube. In case like any of you wanted to get into the YouTube game, I don't generally offer a lot of advice because I don't, this isn't my realm. My realm is sitting and screaming out of the hotel window after I've got a tip they're going to kick the door in again. Because I'd like to get some sleep before I travel. But if they got a warrant, I guess they're going to come in. All right, so down at the very bottom of chamber 4, You know? I mean, I guess I could understand. It would make more sense. I'm not risking my life. I don't think I'm risking my life. I'm 46, 36. I might take a lesson. I might take a scuba diving lesson. If that's, she lives down there. I don't know how you get the problem is, like, you've got to be able to swim down, take the tank off, push it through the gravel. How do you get the hog out of the wetsuit for the, There's a couple of her videos that are incredibly entertaining. I don't recommend it, because you know me. I don't like to encourage people to frequent pornography. It's just something I would consider, at least, if she's in the fourth chamber. Just going down there for the sake of posting on a cave diving message board, it's not for me.
On the evening of February 26th, 1984, two scuba instructors, John and Danny, and an experienced caver named Wayne, entered the cool water at Cypress Creek. These were experienced and trained individuals, and they had brought all the equipment to make a safe and hopefully groundbreaking attempt. They got through the first chamber and then ran a line from there all the way to the start of the third chamber. They started a new line after that, which went horizontally across the third and halfway into the fourth.
Now remember, the fourth chamber is what's causing all the death. Remember that when you see what the plan is for these gentlemen.
Once they were in there, Wayne and John removed their tanks and checked the air pressure, and then Wayne started into the narrow opening of what has come to be known as the fifth chamber. This fifth chamber is even smaller than the fourth and is more like a tunnel than a chamber. It's just 5 feet wide and 2 feet high and requires that you push your tanks out in front of you as you move through it.
Yeah.
As he did this, he unspooled a new line as he went, and then John followed in behind him, taking...
Not just take the tanks off, but push them in front of you as you're swimming deeper into the area that's killed at least 6 people, by my count.
Pictures along the way. At the same time, Danny entered the fourth chamber behind them to maintain the lines as they had discussed prior to entering the cave. He also planned to swim around and explore the fourth chamber and look for a set of tanks left by 2 divers who had drowned back in 1979.
Yeah, why not?
Eventually, John and Wayne made it through the fifth and then into the sixth chamber and out of view from...
So we got John Wayne and Dick Clark. I mean, I don't think you're allowed to buddy breathe unless you have some sort of iconic... If Wesley and Snipes end up dying in the fifth chamber, I'm going to unsubscribe from this channel.
Danny. As far as I can tell, or at least what's available online, this sixth chamber has never been drawn on a map, so it's entirely unclear what it looks like or how big it is. In any case, once they were out of view, Danny got to work scanning the fourth chamber and found that it was more like a small room about 8 feet high and 10 feet wide. Incredibly, he would manage to find the tanks, which he quickly tied to a line, and then he also moved toward the fifth chamber to follow the other 2. He pulled his tanks off and squeezed into the narrow passage, but now with the tanks attached to the line, he became acutely aware of just how small the passage was. It was so narrow that he had to stay flat on his stomach, and despite his best, all the movement of him and the tanks was causing visibility to worsen. Then as he continued on, the line started to tangle, and Danny started to get a little bit more anxious about the situation he was in.
I mean, anxious... You found the tanks. Like, if your goal is to do something nobody else has done... Like, you found the tanks of the dead guys. Is that not enough? How tragic would it be if the tanks of the dead guys caused another death? I don't want to spoil anything.
Chamber, Wayne was extending a 100-foot survey tape to try to measure the dimensions of what was turning out to be a large room. John was still waiting around taking pictures, but soon visibility started to get bad in that chamber as well. Despite not being able to see, though, John could tell that the sixth chamber was much, much larger. He could easily stand, and he couldn't see how far it extended into the distance. The bottom of it was also muddy instead of rocky like the rest of the cave, making the risk of silting out that much greater.
Silting out.
Finally, Wayne came back into view holding the survey tape and signaled to him that it was time to go back. So John turned and followed the safety line back into the fifth chamber, and about midway through came up to a set of tanks that were stuck in the opening.
The tanks were stuck in the opening.
On his way out, Danny had decided to just leave the tanks because they kept getting tangled in the line and
Danny
caught in the rocks. Then between
kill us with your tanks, Danny,
John pushing and Danny pulling from the other side, they did manage to dislodge the tanks and then continue on. First through the crevice between the third and fourth, and then at around the start of the third chamber, John met up with Danny where visibility was a little bit better. Suddenly, they realized that Wayne was nowhere to be found.
Playing hide and seek, I bet, the scamp.
At first, John assumed that maybe he was working with a survey tape or getting his tanks back on after moving through the fifth chamber.
Or dying.
He hadn't signaled anything to the contrary, and up until a few seconds ago, he seemed to be right behind them. So the two of them continued on, thinking that Wayne would just join them shortly after.
Oh, that Wayne, he's such a fucking cut up, especially when we're down here in this place where everyone fucking donks off.
Afterward, and in the meantime, they could start their decompression stops. Then, about halfway through decompressing, there was still no sign of Wayne, and the two of them started to get really worried. At that point, they had basically just enough air to decompress and then exit, so there was no way for them to go back and look for Wayne. As they waited, they just stared off into the dark tunnels, hoping to see Wayne's light off in the distance. But tragically,
you might as well hope for Kylie Strutt to fitty tuck you.
It never came. The two men eventually surfaced with no idea what happened.
Oh, you had a bit of an idea what happened.
Wayne's body was discovered the following day at the entrance to the fifth chamber. His mask was in place, his tank was by his side, and he was lying directly on top of the safety line.
There you go. There you go. Anyway, the most dangerous cave in Texas, the name of the fucking YouTube is Scary Interesting. They don't need my help. They have, Jesus Christ, 1.66 million subscribers. So, yeah, I mean, I just can't. The algorithm has completely infatuated me with people dying in underwater caves. So there's not much I can do to get away from it. I hate to leave you guys with something. Okay, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want something gross or something scary? Go ahead and vote in the chat real quick. I know that you've been here for, damn, almost 4 hours already? I feel like we've only just begun. Would you rather have gross or scary? I'll let the first 3 or 4 people in the chat that respond decide what we do. Because I don't want to upset nobody. And this is my 6th Narragansett in 2.5 hours. So I'm doing all right. Scary, 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 gross, scary. Oh, that's interesting. All right, so we'll go scary. Man, I'm just letting you know it is. Okay, we're going to go scary. But before that, I want to be comfortable. So what we're going to do is make you realize that we think that we have the best toys on the planet. We think that G.I. Joes and Mask and Thundercats and all that shit, Transformers, GoBots, that was the way to go. But what I can tell you is we were complete pussies compared to the generation before us. So while I am pissing, I want you to watch this commercial from 1960s television of all the toys that were available and how much cooler they were than anything we fucking played with. And when we get back, I'm going to scare the shit out of you. All right? That's the deal.
There goes a B-52 jet bomber, America's newest defender. Wish you were part of her crew? Now you can experience this thrill with Remco's big B-52 ball turret gun. Radar scope seeks out the enemy. Snap-on intercom and oxygen mask. Intercom check. Quick, load ammo. Sights up. Enemy at 2 o'clock high. Open fire! Watch the brilliant tracer splash on target. Thrill to the fingertip response of the ball turret. You're never out of ammo. Just reload and you're ready to attack again. Now get the feeling you're really in a ball turret and really firing. Get Remco's B-52 ball turret gun, complete with oxygen mask, intercom, ammo gauge, radar scope, and turret traverse. $13.98. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy, and so do girls.
I am the Remco Frogman. On land, a commando with rifle, watch, crash helmet, and walkie-talkie.
Frogman alert! Change to underwater gear.
Spear gun, weight belt with shark knife, face mask, aqua lungs. My orders: explore shallow water with snorkel. My motor-driven propeller powers me. My flippers guide me. The deep dive. A dangerous assignment. New worlds, new adventure. Marker boy tracks me. Too deep, too deep. Lifeline brings me to the surface. The realistic Remco Frogman is now available wherever fine toys are sold.
How much is that on eBay?
$11.98 for both land and water. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy, and so do girls.
Girls want them too. How much is that thing on eBay? Will somebody look that up, please? I would love to know how much that costs in 2025. Did we get to 150 likes? I don't think we ever got 150 people in here, but it's possible we should have gotten to 150 likes already.
I need you to smash that like button, you craven milk sops!
I think it's possible. What is this? DC Sports Mark. I have $4.99 my way into the Fun Boys. Please add me. How do you know that? How do you know what the parameters are for the Fun Boys? Ronald Allison got added to the Fun Boys. He got tacos in Valhalla salsa picante, pickle size hail salsa picante, bourbon barrel aged honey, Meemaw's key lime cookies. You guys are sleeping on Meemaw's key lime cookies. He got the Dizzy Pig turkey and poultry brine. This man, Ronald Allison, that is a Fun Boy right there. Edard is in the building, and he's got the calzone. Where you been, Edard? Thank you for all the entertainment. Thank you for being here. We have 174 likes. Get the fuck out of here. That's great. That must mean people are cycling through, even if we don't have the concurrent viewers. People are cycling through tonight. Do you know how thrilled I am about 174 likes on a Biker Shawnless stream? That thrilled. Yeah, hit the like button again anyway, please. 176 likes. What the shit is going on here tonight? I feel like we're killing it. If we could get to 180 likes...
I'm begging you. I'm pleading with you. For the love of Clinton, hit like you craven milk sops.
I mean, could you imagine with only 100 people in here if we get to 180 likes?
This officer was...
Okay. All right. So you guys voted scary. We're going to finish up tonight with scary. And thank you for hanging out with me. Everybody that's here must clearly like the cut of my jib. Again, we're missing like 100 people that normally are here with the crazy fucking shows with all the crazy fucking guys. And, you know, I appreciate them too. Only I appreciate you more. Largemouth ass, $10. Thank you, buddy. I would trade a pinball machine for that gun turret toy. How great is that gun turret toy? It's ejecting the fucking shells. I'll play the rest of that thing, by the way. There are some amazing toys on that commercial. I just kind of want to keep that in the coffers for whenever I need to go to something. There are some amazing toys. It's all guns. Everything's made of metal. Fuck this world we live in now. Seriously. And I didn't even realize it first started up with our generation with like super soakers. Like they didn't want things looking like real guns. Kids are going to get shot by the cops. Fuck that. It's better than dying in an underwater cave. Lori Wagner says, Remco Frogman, $65 to $600. Holy shit. All lead base paint, good old days. You ain't lying. Largemouth, thank you, buddy. Are you on the fucking thing? You are. I'll add you, DC Sports Mark, but I don't like your whining. You're supposed to be booking me a diver on the show. But I haven't had to time you out tonight, so you're good to go. How about that? Does that look nice? Okay, now listen. I'm going to give you a fucking... I don't do trigger warnings. This is body cam footage that I found disturbing, okay? Body cam footage that I found disturbing. It's a cop doing a wellness check on an elderly woman that's living with a younger man, okay? It's not the beginning to a porno. This is what's happening. What I'm telling you is, and you can call me a pussy at the end of it if you want. I watched this, and it weirded me the fuck out. I think it's even labeled, let me see what the title is. Officer Caught in Real Life Horror Movie is the name of this. It's from a channel called Midwest Safety. I think we have watched their videos before on this show. I'm not sure. But if you like body cam footage, it's a good one. Chemistry sets are good too. Traeger warning. Yes, please. A pellet grill? Let's fucking do it. Anybody got any brisket? I'm starving. This is the worst kitchen in radio. All right. And maybe you don't think it's as scary as I do, but there's about a 4-minute stretch in this where I was like, fuck this shit. Shoot this motherfucker. All right. So here we go. body cam footage of an officer caught in a real-life horror movie.
By himself on a routine welfare check. What he didn't know is that he might be talking to a killer. Just past midnight on November 14th, 2022, a Milwaukee police officer responded to a welfare check in a residential neighborhood.
Didn't realize Milwaukee was the shit show it is, by the way. Apparently Milwaukee is one of the most dangerous cities in America. I don't know if you guys knew that. I never expected any of these Midwest places to be that. I know that sounds naive with how many murders happen in Chicago, but Milwaukee apparently is a bad motherfucker.
The caller was concerned for their 75-year-old neighbor who lived with 31-year-old Israel Webb II, a man who shared no familial ties.
So do we think, here's two questions I'll ask you right now. Bruce, you could probably answer this. Does Israel Webb have the best intentions? And do we think that the 75-year-old woman is okay? Those are the questions that I'd like for you guys to put your answers in the chat with.
Officers were likely unaware of Israel's criminal history, which included armed robbery, carrying a concealed weapon, theft, and multiple disorderly conduct charges. According to a community briefing, upon arrival, Israel spoke through a window and agreed to let an officer inside.
And
look at that fucking base. Look at the basement.
And
are you going into this house? What is that, a cowbell? Is that a cowbell? Are there multiple apartments? So is he letting him into the building? And this is, I think he's letting him into the building and there's a downstairs apartment. Oof. I hate to tell you this, friendos. If you've never been out to the Fortress of Solid Dudes, the basement of the Fortress of Solid Dudes looks a lot like this. Looks an enormous amount like this.
after you. You said you gotta make sure you got an animal or something? Yeah. Go ahead.
So he's claiming there's an animal in the house, and he's telling the officer to go ahead.
Here, Israel picks up a steel brake rotor on his way into the residence.
That's good, right? Like, if you're a cop and the guy picks up a steel brake rotor that you're there to check on because you're worried about the wellness of the elderly tenant of the home, I'm already out. I won't presume to know what it's like being a police officer and making these decisions and, you know, assuming that most people are not trying to brain you with a fucking giant cog. I don't think Officer Tom Friendly's here. I don't think Al Sal's here. If you guys end up watching this, let me know all of the mistakes here. Because I don't want to spoil this for you. The cop is the good guy. I'm going to make some controversial statements during this video, but the cop is the good guy. But at what point, if you're an officer of the law, do you say, whoa, 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 it's not going down like this? I'm already calling the cavalry. And you can be pissed. They can bill me, to quote Ripley, as she's going to dust off and nuke the planet from orbit. I'm nuking this planet from orbit.
What, this one? Yeah. Okay.
Pop quiz, do we think she's in the room?
What's that for? Oh, no, just block the door and swings open. Ah, gotcha.
According to the community briefing, this is the only entrance and exit in the home. The rotor likely weighs around 20 pounds, more than enough to prevent anybody from quickly leaving or entering the room.
You want to just knock on the door for me? Rocky? He's laying on bed. Dorothy.
Look at that room. Look at what's in that room. Look at the trash bags. Does anyone want to bet that this is what the Jester family townhouse looks like? Does anyone want to bet that if you walked in the Jester's townhome, that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that abode and this one? Now, let me ask you a question. If you're facing this bedroom and you're being told, A, you've been told there's an animal in the house, right? B, she's sleeping in that room. The old lady is in that room sleeping. What would be the freakiest thing that could possibly happen other than this dude turning into a werewolf that you're standing next to? Other than this guy ripping his mask off and underneath he's Vince McMahon. What would be the creepiest thing that could possibly happen? Joseph Liston is saying she gone. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. What if I told you it's creepier than that? Oh, boy.
Where's your bed at? There.
It's in there.
Up here. You got any lights there? Yeah. You got the lights on? I'll get you a big bill. Oh. Hey, where's you going there from? Yeah, no. What do you mean? She's right here.
What?
She's right here?
No, she's right here. She's not in there. She's right here in the fucking room with us. In the room with us. Do we think she is in the room with us? What do we think? Now, she's not in there. I know I told you and pointed just a moment ago. But she's not actually in there. She's over here now.
Dorothy? Is she sleeping? Yes. Okay. How long has she been sleeping for? Like since 6. What's the bag for? She wets the bed. She wets the bed? Why you gotta cover it like that? Because of your rain will open the window and stuff. Okay, you pull the cover back for me. Dorothy? Why is she covered up like that, her face? Oh, she's sleeping. Alright, just step back for me. Is it Dorothy? Miss Dorothy? Dorothy. Why don't you got flowers and stuff on her like that? Okay, step back.
She's dead. She's dead. Whispers. She's dead. So Miss Dorothy is sleeping the good sleep. The sleep that we all look forward to. And now, this officer of the law who needs to be defunded. Defund these criminals. They're abusive imperialists. Their jobs a relic. We need community leaders to step up. Go fuck yourselves. Show any of your friends that make with that fucking bullshit this video. Show them this video. She dead. Okay. How long she been dead? Israel? Why do you keep coming towards me? Why is that bag on her head? Why are there flowers all around her? Oh, boy. Well, they can remove him, Bruce, if he fucking murked her, right? You can't be a squatter. You can be a squatter, but you can't be a murderer, as far as I know.
Step back. She's dead. What do you mean she's dead? She's dead. I was going to call her relatives in the morning. Okay. Put your hands up. The phone's in the room. Put your hands up. All right. Turn off. Put your hands behind your back. 5446. Can I get another squad to my location and the supervisor? Put your hands behind your back. You don't got any weapons or anything like that. See? Let me look at me. Hands behind your back. You're looking at me. Don't do that. Why you look? No, you're not gonna get shot, but you looking at me like that is kind of making me nervous. Okay.
234 north.
Stop looking at me.
Lower.
Oh!
Don't do that. I'm telling you.
So the first time he flinches when you try to put the handcuffs on, the first time he pulls away when the first bracelet goes on, I mean, I think you're getting tased. I think in that situation, he's put a brake rotor in front of the door. He's lied about the animal. He's lied about where Dorothy is. He lied about Dorothy being asleep, whispering at you in a very creepy and fucking insidious way. You know what? I'm going to tase the shit out of this guy and probably reach around and, both barrels of pepper spray in the face. And if I get fired for that, okay. But I'm not going to die in this squalor. I'm not going to die with these horrible curtains and blinds. And I guess I'll go work at Home Depot, right? Like I'll go work at Buc-ee's. It always gets back to Buc-ee's. Like at the end of the day, I know that I can make $100,000 a year if I apply myself at Buc-ee's. Put in the hours, pleasant to work with, organized. He's acting so off. Yeah, I mean, he's acting so off. Everything about this is completely off. So here's the next question. Do you think this goes peaceably? Do you think he puts the handcuffs on this gentleman and leads him out into the back of his squad car, or do we think there is chicanery? Put a 1 in the chat if you think there's chicanery, 2 if you think it's peaceable.
Stop looking at me. You're going to get tased. You hear me? Okay. Just letting you know. Don't do that. All right? I got a taser right now. Okay. Just letting you know. Okay. All right? All right?
Face. Just shoot me in the face.
Her relatives. Call her relatives. Call her relatives, please.
Don't. Make that other squad 1017, please.
Please shoot me in the face. Now, that's good to remember, because when we get to the end of this, you would assume that the aforementioned Kylie Strutt, that this officer's superiors would have already secured her services, paid her fee. What will it cost for you to spend a weekend in Vegas with our hero cop here that has to put up with this insanity, with this crazy shit? What all he should be doing is writing speeding tickets, eating duck donuts. We've hired Kylie Strutt. We've booked you a room in Carson City. Have a beautiful weekend. Do you think that's what happens to the hero of our story here? Happy to oblige. Well, that's the thing, is like, I mean, I hate to be, nihilistic, but just shoot me in the face. Do you think society would be better off? Which way do you think society would be better off? And why is he saying that if he had nothing to do with this person passing away? Why would he be saying that? Can you imagine being in a tiny, disgusting room with a guy saying this shit to you and you don't have handcuffs on him? Oh, boy.
4537, Super Show also responded. 1017, 5372. Come work.
Don't move. Just don't move. Put your hands up.
60.
Because you're doing too much moving and you're making me nervous.
I'm for 60. Seagull for that.
No. Just don't move.
I mean, if he wants you to shoot him in the face, how are you going to keep him compliant? Because if he wants to die, like, what's the motivation to put the hands up? What's the motivation to not life in jeopardy? Like, there's a fallacy here.
3-4, show's going. 3-4, Seagull for last.
On the ground.
Seagull, 3-4. 7.
On your stomach. No, on your stomach.
Please.
Sir, on your stomach. Okay, you're doing too much.
Okay.
How cool is this dude? Like, he's cool as a cucumber. This cop is cool as a cucumber. There's no quivering in his voice. I'd love to see if he had a heart monitor on, if he even has an elevated pulse. I mean, it's really impressive, to be honest with you.
No, you're going to get to this.
Okay, I'm down.
Put your hands behind your back, now. Hands behind your back.
So he doesn't want to get tased. You can see the lasers on him there. He's terrified of getting tased, but he wants to get shot in the face. I'll need someone to explain that to me.
Behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Metal pole.
Put your other hand behind your back.
What was the address again?
Your other hand behind your back.
Don't put the
Stop
taser
resisting.
away.
I'm not resisting.
Put your hand behind your back. Your other hand. Yep, put it behind your back. Don't move. What you gonna do?
Oh boy.
Stop resisting.
It pops off.
Stop.
According to a community briefing, the officer attempted to handcuff Israel but secured only one wrist before a struggle began. At this time, the officer pressed the emergency button on his radio, signaling for immediate backup. During the altercation, Israel allegedly used this 2.5-foot metal pole and attempted to grab the officer's firearm.
Allegedly. I'm sure it was allegedly.
Stop! Give me another squad here now! Sir!
Right in the face.
Stop!
Right in the face.
You will be shot! Stop!
Right in the face. Please, right in the face.
Stop!
Count how
Okay.
Drop the pole!
Right in the face.
Drop the pole!
Please, right in the face.
Drop the pole!
Count how many times this dude says right in the face.
Right in the face. Come on. Right in the face.
Drop the pole!
Right in the face.
Drop!
Do it in the Come on, right in the
Sir!
face. Please, right in the face. Right
Drop
in
the pole!
Right in the face. Right in the face. Come on.
Now I'm gonna have to shoot
Right in
you.
the face. Come on.
So what it sounds like is that he's got the metal pole up because the perp said, don't make me kill you. And I assume he's saying that, to coerce the officer into shooting him. And what I'd love to, if this dude shot this fucking crazy ass, then what? Getting charges? There's protests? What happens? Holy shit, please fucking show this video on every news channel in America. It's a couple years old, but what valuable perspective this is as to what fucking cops go through.
Do it, please. Come on, you don't know what I see. Do it.
You don't know what I
do
see.
It.
Drop the
Do
pole!
it. You don't know what I see. Do it.
Sir!
Right in the fucking face.
Drop the pole!
Right in the face. Come on. Come on.
Drop the
Come
pole!
on. Right in the face.
I told you it was a lot. I told you it was scary. I told you it wasn't fun. You voted for this, you crazy sick bastards.
Please, man, please.
Drop
Right in the face.
on the ground now!
Right in the face. Come on.
On the ground!
Make it quick.
On the ground!
Please make it quick.
Do we think he's on bath salts? Like, do we think he's high on something? Knowing how this ends, I would have to assume that there's some sort of... Bruce, I don't think he's down the K-hole, but I think there's something going on here.
Okay, don't tag me.
You don't want to get tased.
Drop it! Drop it! Now!
Right in the face.
Drop it!
So the taser did absolutely nothing. They need to juice up these tasers.
Right in the face.
Drop it!
Right in the face.
Drop it!
Right in the face. Come on.
Drop it!
You gotta do it, man. Right.
Drop
Right in the face.
the door! Wait
Listen to how exasperated the cop's getting.
now!
Right in the face.
Drop the weight!
Right in the face.
Drop the weight!
Right in the
So he's got the fucking cog in his hand, clearly.
face! Drop the weight!
Responding officers attempted a rear entry to the building, but ultimately had to kick down the door to assist.
Subject is at door plate. I'm in on the squad.
Right in the face. Come on.
We are further out.
Don't take me, man. Don't take me, man.
Drop the weight! He said, do it.
So he's tasing him the whole time. Shots fired.
Get me! Get me! Get me! Give me your hand!
Check that room.
I got it. Hold on. Someone get medical now. Call for medical.
According to a community briefing, despite being tased, Israel threw the brake rotor at the officer, prompting the officer to fire his handgun.
Jesus fucking Christ. You just lose faith, you know? Like, you lose faith in fucking humanity. Like, I know there's mentally ill people out there. You can't have this many people, like, living together in groups and not have sickos that are going to threaten the peace that we all enjoy. But I mean, what do you want law enforcement to do in this situation? Like, what should happen? I found myself asking the question, like, what do I think should happen as opposed to what did happen, as opposed to what some people believe should happen? I can't believe he has to sit there 7 fucking million times saying, drop the pipe, drop the pipe, drop the pipe. He gets a fucking gear thrown at him. It's like, at what point do you just say, all right, light him up? Sucks. Bad. And I feel bad. There's probably mental illness involved, substance abuse. Probably grew up in a horrible environment. But, like, there's some people that just can't be a part of modern society. Like, how many times could this cop have saved himself from any threat? And the body cam footage is there. Like, the camera's there. Nobody can put on a one-act play to, okay, he allegedly was swinging a lead pipe around. Okay, there's the pipe. We hear him screaming about the pipe. They're going to show you there's damage in the wall from that big old fucking gear getting thrown. I don't want to spoil it.
This photo shows the damage caused by the rotor, which was allegedly just inches from hitting the officer. Israel allegedly continued to resist other officers, but was eventually taken into custody. Emergency medical services were immediately sent for Israel, and he survived the injuries. The 24-year-old officer was treated and released after minor injuries. 24. The officer had 4 years of service at the time. A medical examiner was called to assess the 75-year-old woman who
had been a cop since he was 20. 4 years as a cop at 24. Unbelievable.
Had no signs of trauma. It was later determined she died from lung cancer, though the exact time of death remains unclear. An investigation was opened to determine if the use of force was justified after the officer-involved shooting incident.
Yeah, you better investigate it, because it's very difficult to look at this body cam footage and not immediately come to the conclusion, draw the conclusion that force was justified. What do we need to look at? Here is the body cam footage. Jesus Christ. This is Silence of the Lambs 2. This is Long Legs. Oh my God. Our officer had to deal with Long Legs. All right. Not only is he exonerated, here is Kylie Strutt, paid for the weekend, and a suite in Carson City.
Took place. During this investigation, the officer was placed on administrative leave. On December 5th, 2022, roughly 3 weeks after the shooting, the Milwaukee County District Attorney found the use of force was justified. The officer will face no charge regarding this incident. For this incident, Israel was charged with 1 count of battery of a law enforcement officer, 1 count of resisting an officer, and 2 counts of bail jumping, which was...
Where is the attempted murder? Where is the attempted murder of a law-giving official? Where is that? What state is this in? Where is the attempted murder charge? There should at least be a charge, right? What was he trying to do? God damn, it's difficult not to be frustrated watching this shit.
Linked to a $2,500 signature bond for prior disorderly conduct charges, according to news sources. In February...
No, Banana Filth, he didn't even fucking kill her. So what was he... Why did he want to get shot? What else has he done? You haven't seen what I've seen. You heard him screaming it. You haven't seen what I've seen. What have you seen, dog? Been involved in that you desperately want suicide by cop. Oof. You think he goes to jail for all this stuff?
2023, the court determined he was incompetent to make decisions related to his case and assist with his defense. However, the court deemed he was a likely candidate to regain competency in his case. He was forced to participate in 62 days of competency restoration treatment. Credited.
Who's paying for that shit? Who's paying for that, Bruce? Tell me who's paying for it. I want to know who's paying for that shit. 62 days of competency restoration treatment. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Elon, take me to Mars. What are we fucking doing? Oh my God. Oh, listen, Barty, listen.
As jail time if sentenced. In May 2023, he remained incompetent, leading to extended treatment. By late July 2023,
he remained incompetent. What is he, the producer of the Chaddukes show?
The court declared him competent and set a $5,000 cash bond. In August 2023, he pled not guilty and posted the $5,000 cash bond in September after 10 months in custody. Though the case was prepared.
Bro, a $5,000 cash bond. $5,000 cash bond. Good luck committing revenge porn. I guarantee your fucking bond out number is going to be higher.
For trial. In February 2024, 15 months after the incident, the state dismissed all charges and refunded his bail. However, in March 2024, he was recharged for the same incident with 1 count of attempting to disarm a peace officer,
Where's the
1
murder?
count of resisting or obstructing an officer, and 1 count of bail jumping.
Where's
a
the murder?
$5,000 signature bond was set in April.
Did he not try to kill that cop, a 24-year-old law enforcement official? Yes or no?
2024, and in June, he pled not guilty once again. At the time of posting this video, the case remains pending. Additionally, Israel currently faces separate, unrelated charges for stalking and violating a restraining order in relation to domestic abuse, along with felony bail jumping.
Now, when police receive calls for a check on their well-being, it's often a very delicate situation. And though we do use compassion, we also have to respond with caution, because as usual, police enter these situations knowing very little. And
I gotta say, man, like, they give analysis at the end of this, but it's like, the guy didn't go to jail. They're still waiting on the case. They're still talking about, like, oh, we got to clear this officer of charges. I know a lot of this is, you know, this isn't a world that I am involved in on a regular basis, so a lot of this is par for the course, but fuck all if it's not frustrating to watch, especially with as terrifying as that video is. I mean, I thought about that video for a long goddamn time after I watched it. Oh, boy. It's tough. It's tough not to think about how much money we all piss down the side of our legs, keeping shitheads in all different types of accommodations because just play ball, man. Just be a part of our society. You know, I don't think there should be speeding cameras. I don't think there should be red light cameras. You know, I think the system juices us. I'm not saying to get everything right, but holy shit. We have the video. We have common sense. All of us know what it takes to just exist in this world. And if you can't, well then, what are we doing? Why do we all have to sit here and continue to fire quarters into a sewer? You know, over and over again, paying for this horse shit. All right. Well, that was a bummer. I told you it was fucking scary. I warned you. And I didn't want to end on that. So I thought we could watch this as a palate cleanser. Been going for over 4 hours. If you've enjoyed the show tonight, by the way, we've hit all kinds of shit. I mean, think about everything we've covered tonight. It's been beautiful. I've only pissed twice. No commercials. Consider ordering an above and beyond edition of Hot Men Shed. Much appreciated. CommonwealthDryGoods.com. Also, a lot of fun stuff over there as far as a jerky lever would go. Consider getting yourself some protein. I could stand to shed some carbs. And then at least hit the like button, huh? Hit the like button on your way out of here. But since they're not here, I've never gone all the way through this video. And it's lighthearted and it's fun. And everybody in it pretends to not be in love with each other. And because of that, I think it's better for me to just comment on it alone instead of waiting for these guys to show up where they can defend themselves. This is going to be an ambush. And that's what I'm here for. Banana Phil, $20. Thank you so much. Had to light my doogie candle to clear out the cold dark. I told you, man, I had to suffer through the cold dark for several hours after I watched that initially. I almost didn't copy the link down. I told my wife, I was like, I think this body cam footage is too disturbing to comment on and have fun with. And she said, yes, you're right. You're wasting your time. Unless Spiker, Sean, and Ant-Man are there, nobody's going to show up anyway.
Roll behind the scenes.
Right. Right.
Okay, so 183 likes, King Raymond says. Thank you guys so much. I can't believe it. That means a lot of people are checking in and heading on out and enjoying their Friday nights. If you guys are watching this after when we went live, drop a like button. It does make a difference.
Hit like your craven milk sops.
And consider making sure that you're subjected to a subscription to this fine YouTube channel. Now, don't be confused with that and a membership. Membership costs money. Subscription is free. Subscription with the bell turned on. You never know we're going to go live, and I'm going to ruin friendships. This is from, I don't think this is the beach house where the deck broke away and I almost died. I think this is the beach house before that, but I've never shown this full video. This is Ant-Man and Sean getting ready to film a promo for the Heavy Riders. You guys remember the Heavy Riders? Remember they were going to do weekly videos? They're going to do content. They're going to do skate videos. They're going to interview fat skaters. They're going to review fat skaters and talk about what they had to go through as an obese man doing an activity that injures skinny people. That ended real quickly. They gave up. But it was a great idea, and I stood behind it, and I still stand behind it. I hope one day they decide to take another stab at it. Those boys were filming a promo at a beach house that we were staying at. I think Monk was actually still a part of the show at this point. But they decided the best way for them to promote their YouTube channel was to strip down to their boxer briefs and get into a hot tub together and do some of that what we call passionate necking, allegedly. So there's Biker Sean. That's Wesley the Barber.
You're not taking video.
That's Ant-Man.
Me getting naked. Jesus Christ, you animal.
So Sean appears to have some sort of a back hair scenario right down his spine. Also on the wings there where the lat should be. And look, man, kudos to these guys for having the confidence in themselves to allow themselves to be filmed in a manner like this. I know I would never do it because I wouldn't want a scumbag like me to sit here without permission. I do not have their permission. And comment on a video such as this, out of context, months later, while they're off doing and living their own lives. I would never want that, so I wouldn't do it. But they did it, so I'm doing it.
Oh, God.
Brian, stop taking video.
It's a nice bathroom, huh? Look at that dainty little foot. So you see the bottle of Dom Perignon in the background, and you also see the half-eaten barrel of cheese balls. I do believe that barrel of cheese balls was crushed by the end of this filming session.
Are you going to even be able to get in there?
I'm not going to get out of it.
Oh, my God.
Looks like they just fired up the hot tub. Now, this hot tub is halfway full. I don't know if by the end of this video you get the proper context of how much water displacement there is when Anthony and Biker Sean both get into a hot tub. But I believe this tub overflows once they're both in it. That's the level of bulk that we're dealing with.
Oh my God.
Look at that shot. That is not the most flattering shot. Look at that foot. Do you guys see that foot? Look at that foot and ankle. That baby toe has been crushed into submission. The purple ashiness of the foot. I gotta say, Ant-Man's skin is pretty clear. I don't see stretch marks. I don't see any back knee. There is a whisper of a butt crack. As we all know, Ant-Man's butt crack is extraordinarily high. I can relate. This is not the most flattering of shots. This is, again, why I cannot believe that they would okay this video. What if he slipped? I mean, is that a non-slip shore grip floor to this jacuzzi? This is a fucking vacation rental property. By the way, not a set of board shorts or a bathing suit to be found on either one of these gentlemen. They're both in there in what I can only assume is 6XL boxer briefs.
Oh, shit. Give me my glasses, please.
Oh, it is hot.
I can't decide right now what's more disturbing, the video we just watched or this still screen. And I told you, Anthony cannot withstand any level of discomfort. God bless him. I love him. I love both these guys. Sean looks uncomfortable, though Anthony looks like he's being tortured, being lowered into a jacuzzi.
Oh. You gotta give me a little bit of legroom.
Look how high the water level is now. Now that they're both in it, it's raised 9 inches. And that's it. Look at that face. I don't know if DC Sports Mark is still in here, but whatever you do, do not make AI artwork based off of the final frame of this video. Holy shit. I know, largemouth ass. I thought you were actually incorporated into the Heavy Riders before they gave up on their dream. Weren't you one of the last members to get inducted into the Heavy Riders? Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you for how generous you've been tonight. Much appreciate you. DC Sports Mark. Literally the exact scene from Dumb and Dumber where Lloyd and Harry are enjoying a jacuzzi together. Well, they enjoyed it, though, DC Sports Mark. I feel like Ant-Man... That's not how I would describe his reaction to the hot water. Blackout says, I'm way less angry than I was 5 minutes ago. Still disturbed, just not angry. Well, we had to do the palate cleanser towards the end. All right, let's watch that one more time, completely uninterrupted.
B-roll behind the scenes.
Right.
Right, you're not taking video of me getting naked. Jesus Christ, you animal. Ow, fuck my back. Oh, God.
Brian, stop taking video. Are you going to even be able to get in there?
I'm not going to get out of it.
Oh, my God.
The jets are on. The jets are on. You got an absence on. Oh, my God. Hold on.
It's still on a foot.
Oh shit, give me my glasses, please.
Oh, it is hot. Oh. You gotta give me a little bit of legroom.
Oh my God, that is absolutely fantastic. Oh. All right, we're good. What a great night. I can't remember having a better time than tonight. We had 4.5 hours of fucking creepiness, cave death, talking about inside radio jargon, watching fat chicks crush each other, super chats. Did anyone have any delicious nachos? The only way to make this show better than it was this evening was delicious nachos. Banger of a show. Hit that like button then, Jason. For God's sakes. Wait, what did you want me to make AI art about? Sean and Ant-Man in a bathtub together? No. I don't want that. I don't want you to take the very last scene from that video where Ant-Man's all folded up and Sean's got the sunglasses on and they're both about to have homosexual sex. I do not want you to do anything like that and send it to me on Facebook Messenger so I can use it and weaponize it against my friends and loved ones. I'll be working at Commonwealth Dry Goods on Saturday. I'll be there all day. Hopefully some of you stop by. Anyone that ordered tonight an Above and Beyond edition or anything else you ordered, I'll be packaging it up and sending that off. But I did have one little, last piece of information, then we'll go. Jesus Christ, it's 4 hours. I got a phone call today on my way home from work, from the shop. And it was from Sirius XM. Guy I know over there. His name's Jim McClure. He runs the Howard Stern channel and a couple other channels over there. And he had also reached out and spoke. It wasn't Oscar, but it was somebody else that I had in my recent radio past. Already met with them and then came to me and said, would you be willing The pay's not going to be great, but as a first step for it.
Got this beat from DJ Grimy, and you know it's Fuego, dog.